Chapter 825. Xiaoyan only stayed at Sand River Shop for a day. After purchasing a detailed map of the Western Wasteland region, he quickly began his journey once again. Wind and sand raged in the vast desert. A human figure wearing a black robe walked forward amidst the strong wind. Each time his foot landed, it would sink deeply into the quicksand. As the human figure walked past, there was a row of circular pits behind him. If someone was not in front of them, no one would be able to recognize that these were footprints. Before the person could walk very far, those footprints were gradually buried by the quicksand. The human figure gradually walked further and further away. The traces that he had walked past also disappeared. It was as though no one had ever appeared here. After leaving Sand River Shop, Xiaoyan stepped into this vast desert. He did not choose to fly through it. Instead, he slowly walked toward the deeper regions of the desert. Using Xiaoyan's words, walking was also a kind of training method. Moreover, although his current cultivation had already reached the middle level of the 5-star Dodi, the degree of stability of his strength was not as good as before due to the rapid increase in his strength. If he were to blindly raise his cultivation level and forget about his foundation, Xiaoyan would sooner or later fade into the crowd. Xiaoyan clearly understood that the reason his fighting strength was able to far surpass other experts of the same level was because he had relied on himself to walk step by step on solid ground. It was just like this yellow sand. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind a depression. The depth of the depression would change according to the degree of solidification of the sand under his feet. However, after Xiaoyan walked past, those depressions would recover their original appearance. Although their appearance had recovered, if one were to step on them again, one would discover that the place where one's foot landed was much more solid. It was as though one was stepping on solid ground and was extremely stable. However, if one were to directly fly through it, even though one would be able to reach their destination earlier, the yellow sand below would still be loose. If one were to step on it one day, no one would know what the quicksand would gradually become. It was likely that one would even sink into it. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different. After walking through the path in front of him in a steady manner, this path would only bring him pleasant surprises and convenience when he returned. Although the construction of this path was perhaps much more difficult and slower than others, what he obtained was similarly much more than others. There were no shortcuts in this world. Other people's achievements might appear brilliant, but who knew just how much they had to pay under that brilliant glory? The boundless journey seemed to have no end. It was as if there was no end to this road, and there was no hope to be found. If it was an ordinary person, in such a scorching hot environment, in addition to this boundless desert, they probably wouldn't be able to persist for a day. However, it was in such a harsh environment that Xiaoyan actually dropped all of his defenses. He only relied on his black robe to withstand the strong wind that came head-on. Even the raging, heavenly flame in his body had been withdrawn by him. In other words, the current Xiaoyan was almost completely exposed in the desert. Other than his body of flesh and blood, the current Xiaoyan had nothing else. At the very least, before he used his strength, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, even a doge would have the ability to kill him. The black robe fluttered in the wind and flew in the air like a black flag. Under the black robe was Xiaoyan's naked upper body. His white skin was exposed to the air. In an instant, the scorching heat was like a flame beating on Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan to feel a burning pain. The strong wind that came head-on was not as gentle as he had imagined. Not only did it not bring him the slightest bit of pleasure, it also made the scorching heat around Xiaoyan's body become even more terrifying. The hard sand became like red-hot steel nails in the strong wind, heavily hitting Xiaoyan's body. It could even be clearly seen that the moment the sand hit Xiaoyan's body, it left behind clear dents. In the beginning, Xiaoyan's entire body was swiftly drenched in perspiration. However, in the end, not even a drop of perspiration flowed out from Xiaoyan's body. His lips were pale and chapped. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Fresh, bright red blood surged out. A fishy, sweet smell followed Xiao Yan's breathing and entered his lungs, causing him to swallow it in a dry and hoarse manner. Under such a merciless blow, even with the strength of Xiao Yan's body, a large area of dense red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. Scarlet blood flowed under the skin. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and endured the pain with great difficulty. Until a certain moment, dark red blood flowed out from Xiao Yan's body and quickly condensed into a thin blood scab. The sand first hit the wounds and mixed into the blood. Then, it changed the blood and condensed together. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's entire upper body had turned dark red. The thin blood scab appeared to have covered Xiao Yan's body with a tight-fitting garment. When the sand hit the blood scab, it emitted a fine caw-caw sound of collision. The high temperature burned the thin layer of blood scab until it was as hot as metal. Under the blood scab, Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows together. The blood scab on his forehead immediately broke apart and fell. It was like a piece of porcelain that fell into the yellow sand and was swiftly submerged. Boom! Suddenly, a thick white flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and quickly swept away the high temperature around Xiao Yan's body. The latter's body was finally able to relax at this moment. After relaxing his body, Xiao Yan did not dare to rest for long. He hurriedly forced his body to sit down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body began to circulate. Between heaven and earth, waves of blazing energy gathered towards the flame mantra. At this moment, 4 hours had finally passed since Xiao Yan had first entered this desert. Even though it was only 4 hours, Xiao Yan had experienced incomparably great pain during this period of time. Without using any power to resist, Xiao Yan admitted that it was impossible for him to survive in this place with just his physical body. To an ordinary person, this place was simply purgatory. However, it was also precisely because of this that this place was the best place for Xiao Yan to train his physical strength. In this kind of environment, an ordinary physical body would not be able to adapt. However, Xiao Yan had endured for 4 hours on his first try. As long as he could endure for longer each time, the toughness of Xiao Yan's body would be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely helpful in actual combat. Unfortunately, after 4 hours in this desert, Xiao Yan had almost reached his limit just by relying on his physical body. He had no choice but to temporarily rest. He could only wait until he had recovered to his peak before continuing on his journey. Chapter 826. Yellow sand raged in the western wastelands. The wind whistled and the sand filled the sky like rain. Looking all around, one could not even see a single cloud in the boundless sky. There was only the blazing sun that was like a fireball, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature that was difficult to endure. Between heaven and earth, it was dry and hot. The air did not contain the slightest bit of moisture, and there was no other color in the endless yellow sand. The fine sand became as hot as charcoal under the scorching sun. This place was simply a land of death. In the vast desert, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked westward. His footsteps were heavy and steady. Xiao Yan had already walked in this desert for 7 days since he had left the Sand River. During these 7 days, Xiao Yan would use a couple of hours to temper his physical body. Although the process was painful, it must be said that under such repeated tempering, the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body had also rapidly increased. Moreover, after repeated training, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body was also swiftly solidifying. Waves of pure Dou Qi became even purer under the refinement of the heavenly flame. The originally fist-sized cluster of Dou Qi finally turned into a thumb-sized cluster of pure energy water droplets after being refined by the heavenly flame. These water droplets merged into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. Under this repeated and slow refinement, Xiao Yan's cultivation also gradually stabilized. After these 7 days of hell-like destruction, Xiao Yan's originally white skin had become dark black. He did not know how many layers of skin on the surface of his body had already fallen off. Xiao Yan only knew that his body was continuously bleeding along the way. The moment the bright red, fresh blood surged out, it would swiftly form a layer of blood scab, after which it would swiftly crack and fall off. Following this, it would surge out again, crack, and fall off repeatedly. Xiaoyan's body was repeatedly destroyed in this kind of environment. However, compared to the first day, the current Xiaoyan could already rely on the strength of his physical body to endure for half a day in this desert. Although the final result would cause Xiaoyan to lose all of his physical strength and have difficulty maneuvering the Douqi in his body, it was also because of this that the speed at which Xiaoyan's strength rose was even faster. As the saying goes, blossoms in destruction and grows in predicament. Even a demon phoenix needed to experience the pain of nirvana. If one wanted to become a dragon among men, would one not have to endure even greater pain? Fortunately, Xiaoyan's greatest strength was his perseverance and extraordinary tenacity. No matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would definitely not give up. Regardless of how great the pain and danger was, Xiaoyan was completely fearless. In order for him to be able to walk to where he was today, courage played a significant role. Within a stretch of yellow sand, Xiaoyan's figure sat cross-legged in midair. Both of his hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the flame mantra Qi method in his body immediately began to circulate. Within the vortex, pure Douqi rapidly circulated along the route of the flame mantra Qi method. After circulating for one cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure water that entered the vortex space. This process continued for a total of 6 hours. When Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes, it was close to dusk. However, it was different from the Shilin region. In the Western Wastelands region, the sun was still scorching even at dusk. It was just that it was no longer as hot as it was in the afternoon. However, the world was once again enveloped by a stuffy, hot aura. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was not affected by the vile environment. However, the sky was gradually turning dark, and it was time for him to find a place to temporarily rest and reorganize. The environment in the desert changed extremely quickly. Under the premise that there were no fixed road signs, even Xiaoyan was unable to determine the correct direction. During the day, he could rely on the trajectory of the sun to determine the route so that he would not deviate from the west. However, during the night, there were no road signs. Even if he had a map, it was useless. The map in his hands was indeed a good map of the Western Wastelands region. However, due to the terrain, Xiaoyan was currently still at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. This was a desert with sand dunes that rose and fell. What use could a map have? Ordinary experts would directly fly over the desert at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region and would be able to cross it in a day. Who would be foolish enough to travel on foot like Xiaoyan? Otherwise, with Xiaoyan's strength, he would be able to officially enter the Western Wastelands region in half a day. As night fell, the boundless desert also lost its golden radiance during the day. The originally azure sky gradually darkened until it turned black. Not a single star could be seen in the 9 heavens. Not a single ball of light could be seen on the earth. The entire world had sunk into a mysterious, pitch-black darkness. Time did not count in this place. It was like the quicksand during the day, submerging all the unfairness. Within the darkness, 2 figures were currently approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. There was not the slightest trace of movement. If one were to examine carefully, one would be able to discover that it was not the 2 figures that were moving. Instead, it was one of them that was rapidly approaching the other person within the darkness. Within the dense darkness, the figure was like a venomous snake that was hidden within the darkness. Its sharp fangs were already prepared to pierce the throat of the other person. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, over 100 feet. However, just as this human figure was about to attack, a huge creature suddenly broke out from the sand under the flowing sand. Hiss! Sand and stones flew, as if sand waves were spreading in all directions. Because of this, the black figure's movements were stopped. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was fiercely biting towards the other figure that was sitting cross-legged. From the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow the latter in a single bite. When the body of this huge beast was exposed in the darkness, one could vaguely see that this huge beast seemed to be a huge python. This beast usually hid under the thick yellow sand until its prey appeared in front of it. Only then would it find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on the latter, killing the latter in one blow and swallowing the latter. Today, seeing Xiao Yin enter its territory, it naturally treated the latter as its prey. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. Bang! When the huge snake's mouth fell and swallowed Xiao Yan's body, the figure that Xiao Yin was sitting cross-legged suddenly shattered and rapidly dissipated. What the beast had just swallowed was merely Xiao Yan's afterimage. At this moment, when the giant snake turned its head, it realized that in the darkness, there was a person whose appearance could not be seen clearly standing above its head. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. Just as the huge beast was about to make a move, Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The moment the huge beast beneath his feet raised its head, he smashed down with his fist, forcefully piercing through the head of the beast that had made the sound. The terrifying force instantly shattered the tissues in the huge snake's head. In fact, it even forcefully pierced through its lower jaw. Blood that was filled with a fishy stench immediately spurted out. At the same time, the huge beast's life force also quickly dissipated. Soon after, Xiao Yin withdrew his palm, but it was not stained with a single trace of blood. Just as the huge beast's corpse heavily smashed onto the sand dune, Xiao Yan's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the void not far from the huge snake. There, a strange black fog was churning in the air. In an instant, Xiao Yan's face darkened. A pair of pitch-black eyes instantly ignited with a dense white flame. Ghost Palace. Chapter 827. At this moment, the vast desert was completely dark. With one's naked eye, it was difficult to see anything within a 10-meter radius. However, in front of the enormous spiritual strength, all the darkness was useless. Ghost Hall. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. A dense white, heavenly flame gradually filled his eyes. His ice-cold killing intent was not hidden at all. You guys are really like lingering spirits. Xiao Yan clenched his hand, and the heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. A dense white flame lingered over it, and the entire world immediately became as bright as day. The temperature of the place swiftly rose. The yellow sand below actually began to swiftly melt like ice under this frightening temperature. Under the illumination of the flame, a cluster of black shadows rose in a serene manner like a willow, the wisp in the empty space a short distance away from Xiao Yan. If one did not have a great understanding of it, it was likely that an ordinary person would not be able to recognize just what this cluster of things was. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Yan, this venerable self has not come today to capture you. If he had such thoughts earlier, he no longer dared to act recklessly after seeing the miserable fate of this magical beast. Xiao Yan's fighting strength far exceeded those of the same level. This was something that everyone within the Ghost Hall knew. It was also something that they had to understand. Even though the both of them were elite Do D at this moment, and the fellow within the cluster of black shadows was clearly stronger than Xiao Yan, he would not easily attack unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Instead of bitterly contending with no results, he preferred to leave his opponent without any ability to resist. An absolute suppression would cause his opponent to feel despair. This would cause his heart to feel incomparably carefree. Capture me and bring me back. Do you think that you can do it? Hearing the strange laughter that was transmitted from the cluster of black fog, Xiao Yan's face revealed a disgusted expression. However, his mouth laughed coldly with disdain. With his current agility and speed, even an 8-star Do D would not be able to catch up with him, much less this fellow in front of him who was merely an intermediate 7-star Do D. TSK, TSK. That's right, that's right. With just this venerable self alone, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to do it. However, the main reason I have come to look for you today is to show you something. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That laughter sounded as though it was transmitted from hell and was extremely ear-piercing. However, It was not difficult to tell from this voice that this fellow seemed to have come prepared. Xiao Yan's heart tightened for some reason when he heard the words that were emitted from the other party's mouth. An ominous premonition surged from the bottom of his heart and could not be stopped. What happened? Xiao Yan could not help but be quietly shocked. This kind of situation rarely occurred to him. He could not even remember when the last time it had occurred. However, the current situation caused his mind to be unable to remain calm. It was as though this fellow in front of him was going to bring some kind of shocking news. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. What do you want to say? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His eyes that were filled with a fiery glow stared intently at the other party. His body under the black robe trembled uncontrollably. Beads of perspiration flowed down from his forehead. Even Xiao Yan himself did not know why he was so nervous. TSK. Oh, take it and take a good look. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. Almost at the same time, a cluster of fist-sized black fog swiftly shot out. It was like a black flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Its target was Xiao Yan's throat, as though it wanted to kill him. Puff! Just as the cluster of black fog arrived in front of Xiao Yan, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose in front of Xiao Yan and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Then, through the white flames, Xiao Yan could clearly see a white jade tablet floating slowly in the flames. If not for Xiao Yan's efforts to control it, the jade tablet would have been reduced to a pile of ashes by now. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the jade tablet. He could not control his nervousness at this moment. After a long while, Xiao Yan hesitated and grasped the jade tablet in his hand. TSK. Why are you hesitating? Is the Great Flame Emperor also afraid of seeing the thing inside? The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That voice contained a mocking tone. Although Xiao Yan was hesitant, he still planned to investigate. However, before that, Xiao Yan summoned the Northern King. Even the fellow within the black fog involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw the Northern King. It was not that he had never seen a Do-D-class puppet. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a strange puppet like the Northern King. On the other side, Xiao Yan carefully separated a thread of spiritual strength and slowly approached the jade tablet. Before he knew what was hidden within the jade tablet, Xiao Yan had to consider this fellow in front of him before he made any move. The other party was a 7-star Do-D. His strength could not be underestimated. If Xiao Yan was seriously injured by his attack, it would be troublesome. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Xiao Yan's spiritual strength slowly approached the jade tablet, the nervousness in his heart also became increasingly dense. The spiritual strength in his mind spread out uncontrollably. It was like the surface of a churning sea. It fluctuated intensely, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, the spiritual strength finally came into contact with the jade tablet. The jade tablet seemed to contain a suction force that instantly swallowed Xiao Yan's thread of spiritual strength. The latter was startled. Soon after, Xiao Yan's consciousness entered the jade tablet. In the next instant, when Xiao Yan raised his head, an enormous cage appeared within the space of the jade tablet. The cage was formed by a formation. Numerous black lights interweaved with each other and sealed this space. At this moment, a lovely person with a face that could overturn the world was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. A trace of exhaustion appeared on her pale face. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of her red lips. Her entire body was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was impossible to tell that this woman had struggled violently in the cage not too long ago. The injuries on her body should have been left behind at that time. However, when Xiao Yan, who was outside the cage, saw this woman for the first time, the expression on his face suddenly froze. In an instant, an excitement that could not be controlled crazily surged out from the depths of Xiao Yan's heart. At this moment, the woman who appeared in front of Xiao Yan was none other than his wife, whom he had yearned for day and night. Sonner. Chapter 828. Sonner. Within the jade token, The illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the thread of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was currently staring at Sun Er, who was within the formation cage, in a startled manner. It was a long while later before an excited and hoarse roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His scarlet eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Sun Er within the cage. The deep longing in his heart caused Xiao Yan to be unable to help but tear up. His body began to tremble violently at this moment. Based on Xiao Yan's familiarity with Sun Er, he was naturally able to confirm that the delicate and pretty person in front of him was definitely not fake by the fellow outside. That kind of subtle familiarity that only existed between him and Sun Er was definitely not something that could be imitated by any method. As for why Sun Er would appear here, Xiao Yan already did not have the time to care. He only saw Sun Er, whose delicate body was currently covered with wounds, and he only cared about Sun Er's current situation. In fact, for the latter, he could even disregard his own life. When Xiao Yan's hoarse roar came out, the beautiful woman, who was sitting cross-legged within the cage, also suddenly trembled. Even though it was hoarse, the voice was filled with familiar emotions. This was something that could not be changed. Sun Er's tightly shut, beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this familiar man in black robes, an uncontrollable excitement quickly surged from the depths of Sun Er's heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes quickly turned red. The corner of her lips trembled as she bit her red lips. Sun Er did not care about the injuries on her body. It was as if the injuries on her body had completely recovered the moment she saw the man in front of her. Big brother Xiao Yan, Sun Er. The two of them were separated by the formation cage, but they still shouted in unison. Soon after, the two of them opened their chests and rushed towards each other. Chi chi chi. However, just as Sun Er's lovely body was about to pass through the formation cage, a wave of intense black light flickered from the formation cage. A powerful force instantly pushed Sun Er back. At the same time, two eye-piercing bloody scars were left on the latter's tender snow-white wrist. A painful scream came out from Sun Er's mouth. Her delicate body was also sent flying by the force and heavily smashed onto the ground. Sun Er, Xiao Yan turned pale with fright, and a vicious aura surged onto his face. A huge amount of spiritual strength immediately condensed in the space in front of him, transforming into an invisible giant ruler. Under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it fiercely smashed towards the formation cage. However, the moment when the giant ruler was about to hit the formation cage, under the gazes of Xiao Yan and Sun Er, the invisible giant ruler actually directly piercing through the formation cage. Damn it, what is this? Xiao Yan cursed softly in his heart. His body moved, and he arrived in front of the formation cage. His gaze swept over the cage in front of him, and a fury suddenly rose in his heart. He threw a punch at the formation, only to see that his body had easily passed through this formation. His heart also understood at this moment that everything that had appeared in front of him was merely a light figure. The real Sun Er was likely not within this jade token. Sun Er, Xiao Yan steeled his heart and attempted to pass through the formation. As expected, Xiao Yan did not encounter any obstruction. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the time to be concerned about all this. What he was truly worried about was whether Sun Er, who had appeared in front of him, was merely an illusionary figure. If the real Sun Er was here, Xiao Yan's heart would undoubtedly be filled with joy. However, if it was not, where was the real Sun Er? Xiao Yan faced Sun Er while carrying the doubt in his heart. At this moment, the two of them were only a couple of inches apart. Xiao Yan could clearly hear the breathing from Sun Er's nose. However, the emotions in his heart were also extremely anxious at this moment. Big brother Xiao Yan, Sun Er really missed you. Faced with Xiao Yan, even Sun Er, who was a 9-star Do Shang, had difficulty suppressing the emotions deep within her heart. Her delicate body leaned forward and her arm, which was covered with scars, was lifted. It seemed that she wanted to hug Xiao Yan tightly. However, it was also at this moment that Sun Er's feet staggered. She directly pounced backwards from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan was also greatly startled. Although he wanted to hug Sun Er, both of them were helpless when they looked at each other. Only at this moment did Sun Er realize that the Xiao Yan in front of her was actually a mere shadow. Big brother Xiao Yan. Sun Er's eyes were red, and tears were swirling in her eyes. She didn't know when they would flow out uncontrollably. Xiao Yan felt extremely anxious in his heart when he saw this scene. He lifted his hand in an attempt to wipe away the tears from the corner of Sun Er's eyes. However, all of this was useless. Sun Er, tell me where you are now. I will immediately go and save you. Xiao Yan clenched his hands into fists. His face was flushed red. Both of his eyes were filled with a stern, murderous desire. A monstrous fury surged and burned within his heart. If he knew where Sun Er was now, he would definitely charge over without hesitation regardless of how far away she was. Big brother Xiao Yan, I also do not know where I am. Sun Er helplessly shook her head when she heard Xiao Yan's words. Even she was unaware of her current location. Ever since she had arrived at that realm, she had been restrained by this formation. No matter how hard she tried to break the formation, she would only end up being covered with scars. In this mysterious place, one could not even detect any signs of life. There was only a strange mirror that quietly stood there. The only thing that Sun Er was certain of was that she had been brought here from the mirror in front of her by those two things that were neither human nor ghost. At this moment, that mirror was also placed in front of Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan treated it as though it was nothing. In his eyes, there was only Sun Er in front of him. Bastards, this group of things that are neither human nor ghost. They really deserve to die. The reason why Sun Er had been restrained was definitely because of the people from Ghost Hall. If Xiao Yan did not truly wish to become enemies with them before this matter, now that Sun Er had been restrained, Ghost Hall and the Ghost Temple sect behind them had already entered the top of Xiao Yan's blacklist of must-kill. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with a raging fury. A deep white flame crazily burned on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. The fury in his heart had already reached the point where it was about to explode. At the same time, he felt incomparably worried for Sun Er in front of him. Sun Er, protect yourself well. I will definitely come and save you very soon. Sun Er obediently nodded her head. Her pale, pretty face revealed a beautiful smile like that of an epiphyllum for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was startled as he watched. His somewhat illusionary hand was slowly lifted and slowly rubbed over Sun Er's face. The latter also closed her pretty eyes. Her pale face slid over Xiao Yan's palm. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, after which Xiao Yan's illusionary body slowly disappeared in front of Sun Er. The latter's pretty face could not help but reveal a panicked expression. However, Xiao Yan had already withdrawn from the Jade Token. Within the Jade Token, the expression on Sun Er's pretty face also froze following the withdrawal of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Crack! At the same time, in the outside world, the moment Xiao Yan's spiritual strength withdrew from the Jade Token in his hand also emitted a cracking sound and broke apart. Xiao Yan's expression also instantly turned ghastly white. Chapter 829. In the dark night, Xiao Yan's body was fixed in the air like a statue. A pair of eyes that flickered with fiery light stared fixedly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade tablet in his hand instantly shattered. Xiao Yan frantically tried to inject his spiritual strength into the broken jade tablet. But unfortunately, the jade tablet had already been destroyed and had lost all its abilities. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was mercilessly bounced back as if it had collided with a useless rock. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His eyes stared blankly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. The beautiful smile that Sun Er had shown him a moment ago kept appearing in his mind. The flames that burned in his heart became even more explosive. The flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body rose. The dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body, causing him to appear like a sun in the dark night, once again lighting up the desert below. He. I forgot to tell you. Once your spiritual strength enters this jade tablet and withdraws again, this jade tablet will completely lose its abilities and turn into a pile of rubble. In the air, a strange mocking laughter came from the black shadow. It seemed that it was rather satisfied with the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The moment he heard this, Xiao Yan's body that was frozen in the air like a statue could not help but tremble violently. The raging flames rose high into the air, turning into a pillar of fire that spiraled into the bleak night sky. An invisible pressure spread out from Xiao Yan's body. In an instant, the entire world became abnormally silent. The wind and sand froze, and the world was enveloped by an abnormally cold aura. Xiao Yan slowly raised his pair of eyes that were filled with flames and had become incomparably dense and cold. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with killing intent. The empty space trembled. Under this high temperature, the invisible space became distorted. The moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the empty space within a couple of feet around him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless, empty space. This time, Xiao Yan was really angry. Before this, even the four great sects had not made Xiao Yan so angry. Shua! White flames rapidly spread out from under Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a radius of several hundred meters around Xiao Yan. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to have returned to daytime in an instant. The yellow sand below quickly melted. The quicksand wriggled as if it was alive. First, it was golden yellow, then it turned scarlet red. In the end, it turned into a lava hell. This environment was even more terrifying than during the day. Where is she? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely dark and solemn. Every word of his utterance revealed an extremely icy, killing intent. His extremely cold eyes appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow the other party. TSK, 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 TSK. Are you angry? Sure enough, Goose Sun Air is your weakness. It's a pity that you will never find her. You're courting death. The moment the strange laughter came out from the black fog, Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the face of the figure in the black fog suddenly changed. The black fog rolled, and the figure frantically retreated. A storm was set off in his heart. Chi! A ferocious ruler glow violently swung in front of the person within the black fog the instant he withdrew. The churning black fog was completely useless in front of the dense white flame. However, in the blink of an eye, the large expanse of black fog was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, revealing a strange masked fellow hidden under a large black robe. The scorching high temperature caused the face under the mask to involuntarily distort. He did not expect that the strength Xiao Yan possessed was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Damn it, I was careless. The black figure viciously cursed in his heart. However, just as the black figure was about to make a move, the space in front of him once again distorted. Holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao Yan, whose body was covered in thick white flames, once again appeared. The huge ruler mercilessly slashed at the person in front of him. The majestic strength seemed to want to forcefully tear the person in front of him apart. Again, the face under the mask twitched violently. However, in his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of his arms were lifted together. Immediately, numerous pitch-black chains rushed towards the sky from behind the black figure. The nimble chains were just like a poisonous snake as they rushed toward Xiao Yan. The tricky attacks aimed at the various vital points on Xiao Yan's body to achieve the effect of restraining each other. However, the black figure had underestimated the furious Xiao Yan at this moment. Faced with the attacks of these chains, the expression in Xiao Yan's pair of deep white eyes did not change. Instead, the strength on the huge ruler became even stronger. From the looks of it, he seemed to have the posture of someone who was willing to risk his life, exchanging a life for a life. In the heart of the black figure, he really could not bear to part with his life. With no other choice, the black shadow could only choose to retreat in order to advance. His mind controlled the 8 black chains around his body and swiftly blocked in front of him. Leaving 2 of them, he ferociously welcomed the heavy Shin Buster sword that was coming straight at him. Kacha! Relying on the might of the Force Elephant skill and the strength of the Heavenly Flame, Xiao Yan's attack actually forcefully blasted apart the 2 chains that were shooting towards him. Immediately, the remaining strength carried a powerful aura as it heavily smashed onto the remaining 4 chains. Clang, 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 clang. This time, the 4 chains did indeed block the heavy Xian ruler. However, this was only a short period of time. Without waiting for the black figure to catch his breath, the strength on the heavy Xian ruler suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the pair of sinister eyes under the mask clearly saw the 4 black chains that were as thick as a human arm break one by one under the powerful strength of the heavy Xian ruler. In the end, the instant the heavy Xian ruler completely destroyed the 4 chains, the pupils of the black figure's sinister eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The heavenly flame enveloped the heavy Xian ruler, rapidly enlarged in the black figure's eyes. In the end, as the black figure dodged to the side, a corner of the heavy Xian ruler heavily smashed into his chest. His figure explosively retreated. The black figure involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood in his body churned, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had indeed underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. He was likely even more powerful than what Yi Luo Tian had said. Of course, this might also be because of Sun Air, which caused Xiao Yan's heart to be stimulated. That was why he was able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his usual strength in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, when the black figure lifted his head, Xiao Yan's figure once again chased after him. The heavy Xian ruler was raised high above his head. A thick white flame soared into the sky and was about to land heavily on the black figure's head. Seeing this scene, the black figure knew in his heart that Xiao Yan in front of him had really gone crazy today. If he did not think of a way to end this battle, it was likely that even if he was a 7-star Do D, he would still be in a lot of trouble today. Clang! The black figure extended both of his hands, and a pitch-black dough qi crazily surged out from his palms. Relying on his own strength, he forcefully blocked Xiao Yan's attack and violently grabbed the heavy Xian ruler. Even so, the black figure's arms were rapidly becoming numb at this moment. The powerful strength was still surging into the depths of his body, causing him to have no choice but to disperse even more strength in order to forcefully suppress the chaotic strength in his body. Roar! Xiao Yan let out a low roar from his nose. At the same time, his right hand heavily slapped the tip of the ruler above him. The originally heavy Xian ruler, under Xiao Yan's palm, released an even more powerful strength, forcefully suppressing the black figure's body that was suspended in the air. The huge ruler broke free from the black figure's grasp and was about to move forward again. However, at this moment, the black figure hurriedly shouted out, "Stop! I can let you see Gu Sun Air." Qi. The huge ruler that was about to descend seemed to have instantly solidified. It was forcefully fixed in midair. No matter how powerful the huge ruler was a moment ago, at this moment, it instantly dissipated. The whistling wind pressure continued to blow down after the huge ruler stopped, fiercely hitting the black figure's mask. Under the mask, his face that was covered in cold sweat felt a chill. However, compared to before, it was much better. Chapter 830. What did you say? Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, involuntarily trembled. His pair of dense white eyes stared intently at the masked black shadow person in front of him. His voice appeared deep and hoarse. "I have a way to allow you to see Gu Sun Air." The black shadow person opened his mouth once again. If he allowed Xiao Yan to continue, he would not be able to endure it even if Xiao Yan did not do anything. "Speak." Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the black shadow person in front of him. The huge ruler shook slightly, and a fierce flame immediately burned intensely. It was prepared to attack the person in front of him at any moment. The latter's gaze paused on the heavy Xian ruler. This was especially the case when he looked at the heavenly flame. His gaze involuntarily revealed a grave expression. Faced with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, his black fog was seriously suppressed. It was like snowflakes that had drifted into a bonfire and was instantly dissolved. If it was not because his own Do Qi far exceeded Xiao Yan's, it was likely that he would not be able to be as agile as he was now. After all, just by looking at Xiao Yan's appearance earlier, it was likely that an ordinary 6-star Do Di would have been blasted until he was no longer human. Qi, the huge ruler, charged forward. The boiling hot air that was being burned by the flame was like a wave of wind as it pounded against the black shadow person's mask, causing the latter to hurriedly recover. He raised his head and discovered that Xiao Yan was looking down from above. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he stared at him. Xiao Yan's appearance was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura caused the surrounding empty space to ripple intensely, much like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. This venerable self, I can allow you to see Gu Sonair. However, I want something from you. The black silhouette took a moment to organize his words. Then, he grinned and said in a strange tone, "Roar." A flame was emitted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. The flame that covered the heavy Xian ruler became even fiercer. This was already Xiao Yan's answer. "If I'm not wrong, the 2 Shi ancient gods jade should be with you, right?" Hearing the words that were spat out from the mouth of the black figure in front of him, even Xiao Yan, who was currently furious in his heart, could not help but feel an intense distortion in his pair of dense white eyes that were filled with a flame. His heart was incomparably shocked. It was unexpected that the reason why the people from the Ghost Hall had repeatedly come looking for him, and even did not hesitate to capture Sonair, was actually because of the 2 Shi ancient gods jade. This action of theirs was no different from the Hun clan on the Do Qi continent. Xiao Yan's eyes were startled as he stared at the empty space in front of him. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was unknowingly lowered. Soon after, "As long as you hand the 2 Shi ancient emperor's jade to me, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to meet your wife." While, after confirming Xiao Yan, after he, finally, of 2 Shi ancient gods jade, it's the 2 Shi ancient gods jade again. The 2 Shi ancient gods jade repeatedly repeated in his heart. The fury in Xiao Yan's chest became even greater. He even ignored the black shadow's sudden withdrawal. Back then, all the disputes on the Do Qi continent had resulted in the capture of Xiao Yan's father, the imprisonment of his teacher, and the destruction of his clan. All of this was because of this 2 Shi ancient gods jade. It was unexpected that the scene from back then would repeat itself in front of Xiao Yan after coming to this Yuanwu continent. 2 Shi ancient god, oh 2 Shi ancient god, I have succeeded because of you, and I have also failed because of you. In his fury, Xiao Yan flipped his hand, and the 2 Shi ancient gods jade immediately landed in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the palm-sized ancient jade rotated a couple of times in Xiao Yan's palm before it was tightly held by Xiao Yan. A frightening force suddenly surged out. The furious threads of hatred in Xiao Yan's heart agglomerated in his palm at this moment. He could not help but pour them out. Creak, creak, creak. The frightening force had yet to completely pour out, but the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hand had already emitted waves of creaking sounds. It seemed as though it was about to explode. "Today, I will destroy you, eliminate all future troubles." The dense white eyes were filled with blood red in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. The veins on the back of his hand protruded as he attempted to crush the 2 Shi ancient gods jade in his hand. Once the Emperor Jade was crushed into powder by Xiao Yan, it would be impossible for the person in front of him to restore it even if he had great ability. At that time, all of their efforts would turn into a pile of bubbles. If the 2 Shi ancient gods jade is destroyed, you can forget about seeing Gu Sun air again. Xiao Yan, you better think carefully. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so impolite, the Black Shadow Man was also suddenly shocked. The face under the mask was deathly pale. The 2 Shi ancient gods jade was too important to them. Once it was destroyed, even if he died 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to make up for the loss. Regardless of whether it was for the great plan of the faction behind him or for the sake of protecting his own life, the Black Shadow Man did not dare to let Xiao Yin destroy the two ancient gods' jade. Roar! Since you want it, take it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's flushed face suddenly lifted up. At the same time, his large hand suddenly waved forward. Immediately, a ray of flowing light that was wrapped in dense white flames carried an extremely powerful might as it instantly tore apart the space in front of it and fiercely charged towards the Black Shadow Man. Wrapped in the flames, it was the two ancient gods' jade. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow Man suddenly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy as to throw the Emperor's jade to him. This really did not take any effort to obtain it. Overjoyed in his heart, the Black Shadow Man's body did not stop at all. With a move of his body, he turned into a pitch-black ray of flowing light and charged towards the flames that were shooting towards him. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's heart also moved. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and an ancient symbol appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. The powerful energy caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily roar towards the sky. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Tao of the Void, condense. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. At the same time that the killing aura in his body surged out, the powerful Great Tao of the Void also crazily condensed. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 pitch-black tents suddenly condensed around the Black Shadow Man. Just as the latter recovered, a figure flashed in front of him. Xiao Yan's figure had filled up the 8th empty spot. What? The Black Shadow Man was greatly shocked and incomparably terrified. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so decisive. From the looks of it, could it be that he wanted to kill him here? How is this possible? A 7-star Do-D, there were not many opponents in the entire Western region who could match him. How could a 5-star Do-D like him do it? Wanting to kill him was simply a fool's dream. The Black Shadow Man was both shocked and furious. He thought in this way unwillingly. Unfortunately, the shock in his heart caused him to forget how terrifying Xiao Yan was. 7 nearly solid human figures surfaced behind the 7 tents. They were Xiao Yan's avatars. The 9 avatars had merged into 7. Although their strength was insufficient, there were still 2 3-star Do-D among them. The remaining 5 had the current cultivation of an advanced 2-star Do-D. Additionally, Xiao Yan's strength was that of a 5-star Do-D. With the help of the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his strength had been raised to an advanced 6-star Do-D. This lineup could be considered a top lineup, even in the entire Western region. The 8 of them were holding a huge fire ruler in their hands. The flame on the huge ruler soared and shot to the sky. It was like 8 fire pillars that reached the sky. The firelight was tens of thousands of feet long, and its aura was like a rainbow. 7-layer sky, breaking ruler. Soon after, the mouths of the 8 Xiao Yans emitted an explosive cry in unison. The loud and clear cry reverberated in the sky above this magma purgatory. The bright red magma appeared to have been swept by a storm as the surface of the sea churned intensely. Soon after, 8 ruler glows with majestic auras gathered from 8 different directions and violently landed on the black human figure. Xiao Yan wanted to kill a D with this attack. Chapter 831. The terrifying, murderous aura that Xiao Yan displayed caused the Black Shadow person to be greatly alarmed. Facing attacks from 8 different directions, the Black Shadow person had no chance of dodging. The reason why Xiao Yan had used the Great Way of the Void was to block the Black Shadow person's counterattack and prevent him from escaping. Today, no matter what, Xiao Yan must make this fellow stay. 8 rays of ruler light soared into the sky like a graceful swan, and the sharpness reached into the depths of the dark night sky. The extremely terrifying aura merged into one in the sky, and the flames intertwined and connected with each other through the great path of the void. They turned into a large ring of fire and descended on the head of the Black Shadow. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the Black Shadow person crazily circulated the Do Chi in his body. Waves of dense, dark black Do Chi swiftly surged out from all over his body. At the same time, 12 dark black chains once again shot out from behind him. They were like numerous poisonous snakes that surrounded the Black Shadow person's body. Soul-locking chains. Soul-locking devouring spirit. The Black Shadow person emitted a sharp, ear-piercing roar from his mouth. At the same time, turbulent, dark black Do Chi circled around the dark black chains and swiftly climbed up. The powerful Do Chi was wildly poured into the chains. At this moment, if one were to look again, one would discover that numerous strange, dark black symbols were carved on the dark black chains. The Do Chi was completely poured into those mysterious symbols. Buzz, 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 buzz. With the pouring in of Do Chi, the 12 chains immediately buzzed. A black glow lingered on them, and the chains immediately appeared to have come alive. Following the Black Shadow person's order, they separately faced the 8 ruler lights that were shot from all directions. Of the 12 chains, 5 of them faced the attacks of a 2-star Do Di avatar. The other 4 faced the attacks of 2-star Do Di avatars. As for the last 3, they directly faced Xiao Yan. The Black Shadow person intended to use this method to block Xiao Yan's attacks from all directions. It had to be said that, relatively speaking, his method was indeed wise. Xiao Yan, who possessed 9 avatars, was like a moving group. He appeared to be alone, but if he summoned all his avatars, in addition to the Northern King, there would be an elite Do Di on Xiao Yan's side. The separation of the incarnations did indeed exhaust quite a lot of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. However, anyone could differentiate the pros and cons of creating 9 elite Do Di in an instant. And it was precisely because these 7 people were all Xiao Yan's clones that once the 8 auras merged together, the power that erupted would definitely multiply. And the Black Shadow Man's attempt to break through them one by one would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure for himself. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after, a violent collision sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The 12 pitch-black chains expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had expanded by more than 100 times. Looking at it at this moment, the size of these 12 chains was much larger than the giant python that had been swallowed in the magma below. The 12 chains were like 12 enormous beasts as they collided with the 8 ruler lights. Immediately, the sea of magma below began to churn violently. The waves of fire slammed against each other as if they had come alive. They charged into the air together, twisting and turning into various shapes. After which, they carried a long line of fire as they heavily smashed into the sea of magma. The waves of fire churned even more violently. The collision in the sky also became more and more shocking. The instant the 2 sides collided, the endless space exploded. The pitch-black space began to distort intensely. The enormous chains were inserted into the ruler lights. For a short period of time, both sides were in a stalemate. However, waves of Do Chi continued to pour into the chain with the support of his powerful Do Chi by relying on his strength of an intermediate 7-star Do Di. The enormous chain, which was inserted into the ruler glow, suddenly trembled. With a Chi sound, it was inserted even further. The majestic ruler lights swiftly dimmed. The dense white flame that was fiercely burning on it also gradually weakened. It appeared that it would be completely extinguished in a short moment. Oomph. I thought that you would have some tricks up your sleeves. It turns out that you are merely putting on an act. You have a pride, but you're unable to support it. If you're only like this, then today, this venerable self will take both you and the 2 she ancient gods' jade. The mouth of the black figure immediately emitted a disdainful cold laugh when he saw that Xiao Yan's strength was not as strong as what he had displayed earlier. From the looks of it, he had thought too highly of Xiao Yan. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, just how big of a wave could a mere ruler glow stir in the face of absolute strength? Roar! Seeing that the ruler lights were about to be broken, Xiaoyan's pair of scarlet eyes finally shone brightly. The moment he raised his head, the other 7 avatars also moved in sync. The enormous fire ruler in their hands was suddenly lifted. When it fell once again, another ruler light was emitted. This one's strength was even greater than the previous one, as it violently charged into the previous ruler light. In merely one ruler light, the flames on the 8 ruler lights immediately soared. They shot to the sky and intertwined with each other. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though an enormous fire cluster was standing in the sky. The dazzling glow was even more eye-catching than the sun during the day. Ka. In front of the shocked eyes of the black shadow person under the mask, the 12 enormous chains began to swiftly twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints of the chains emitted a ka sound of metal twisting. The thing that caused one to be even more stunned was that numerous dark black metal fragments actually fell from the chains. At this moment, the expression on the face under the mask was actually even more terrifying than the mask. His 10 fingers moved together. Surging do, qi, crazily surged out from the vortex within his body. He really wished that he could spit out all of his do, qi, in one go. From this, one could see just how anxious the black shadow person was in his heart at this moment. However, the instant waves of enormous do, qi poured into the chains. The 8 Xiaoyan held the enormous ruler in their hands and repeatedly waved it. In one breath, they continuously swung out 7 feet. Ruler lights shot out. Each ruler was stronger than the last. One could see that before the 7th ruler light was swung out, the 12 chains that the black shadow person had released suddenly burst apart and turned into numerous fragments. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they were incinerated into nothingness. Grug! After the chains were destroyed, the black shadow person, who was the master, could not resist once again spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The distorted face under the mask swiftly became deathly white. However, before he could recover, the 8 ruler lights, which had broken the chains but did not reduce in strength, continued to descend. The instant the black shadow person raised his head, they simultaneously struck his body. Bang! After a long while, the body of the black shadow person appeared to have been struck by lightning. Fresh scarlet blood splashed out from all over his body. Within his pair of shady old eyes, his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, after which they swiftly enlarged. His life force swiftly disappeared at this moment. The strange mask on his face rose into the air. Before it fell, it was grabbed by a powerless hand. Chapter 832. At this moment, it should have been late at night in the desolate desert. However, it was as if it was daytime. The yellow sand below seemed to have come alive as it surged and flowed, emitting a bright red-hot glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was not yellow sand, but a boiling hot purgatory of magma. This place was like the scene after a volcano had erupted. It was more like a purgatory on Earth. Xiaoyan weakly held the strange mask in his palm. Only then did an exhausted expression appear on his face. The moment his body relaxed, he felt his entire body become limp. His body hung shakily in the air, as if it could fall down at any moment. Raising all aspects of his body to their peak condition in a short period of time, or even surpassing it, placed an extremely heavy burden on Xiaoyan. Just the attack earlier had exhausted quite a lot of Xiaoyan's do qi from the vortex in his body. Even his spiritual strength had been exhausted by more than half. At this moment, Xiaoyan no longer had any extra strength to continue staying in this empty space. He needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the feeling of emptiness in his body, as well as the nearly uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. He suddenly waved his large hand and swiftly stored the Northern King into his storage ring. The avatar around him had already disappeared. His body moved. He did not have the time to determine his direction as he randomly charged in a certain direction. Currently, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the body of the Black Shadow, which had already been declared dead, it fell uncontrollably. Finally, it fell into the hot magma below. Splash! A circle of splash-like waves was set off on the surface of the magma. The waves quickly spread out, and after spreading out more than 100 feet, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the position where the figure fell just now seemed as if nothing had happened. Nearly an hour after Xiao Yin left, the calm magma suddenly began to churn intensely, accompanied by a sharp, miserable cry. An extremely illusionary spiritual body, whose image was difficult to capture, suddenly charged out from the churning magma. The magma that wrapped around the human figure gradually fell when he revealed himself. Looking at his appearance, even though his body was already extremely thin, one could roughly recognize that this fellow was surprisingly the person from the ghost hall who had been killed by Xiao Yan's strong points. After receiving a total of 56 feet of Xiao Yan's attack, he was still able to retain a thread of his soul. It must be said that this fellow's life was extremely tenacious. However, given his current condition, the degree of weakness of his spiritual strength made it difficult for him to recover. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself with this thread of soul fragment. However, in order to survive, he could only forcefully support his extremely weak soul fragment and flee in the opposite direction from where Xiao Yan had left. On the other side, Xiao Yan's condition had also plummeted. As the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was gradually withdrawn, the clan tattoo between his brows, which was flickering like a star, also swiftly dimmed. In the end, after flying for an unknown period of time, Xiao Yan's body uncontrollably fell downwards. In the final instant before Xiao Yan lost consciousness, a ray of light shot into his eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan's entire body also fell unconscious, after which he heavily smashed into the desert below like a meteor. Beside him was a strange grass that appeared withered and yellow, but was secretly filled with life. Time was like the gravel in the air as it flew towards the distant sky, gradually moving further and further away. Compared to the boundless desert, the changes in the environment within the desert were not quick and obvious. However, at the same time, the degree of danger was even more terrifying than the desert. In this place, even though the weather was dry and hot all year round, fresh blood would never dry up. This was because in this place there were people or magical beasts dying almost every moment. The blood from the massacre was enough to condense into a river of blood within the desert. However, under the erosion of time, this boundless river of blood had long been buried under the thick dust. In the scorching desert, magical beasts ran amok. The nature of magical beasts made them even more sensitive to any living creature. At this moment, the sharp dog noses of a group of desolate wolves smelled a special scent in the air. That scent caused them to feel infatuation and fanaticism. That scent was like a living person, but also like a corpse that had just lost its breath. This was practically equivalent to picking up a delicious meal for free, causing the nature of these fellows, who were not small in size, to become even crazier. In a short while, this group of desolate wolves arrived at the source of the scent. However, the result that appeared in front of their eyes made them feel stupefied. At this very moment, what appeared in front of this group of desolate wolves was still a desolate desert that was as empty as ever. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Other than a few stalks of grass that were rolling in the wind, there was nothing else. In the surroundings, there were a few slopes that could be considered steep, surrounding this area into a natural small basin. At this moment, this group of desolate wolves was right in the middle of this basin. Looking carefully, in the middle of the copper-like soil, there was a circle of strange yellow powder that seemed to be sprinkled by someone. Roar! The leading desolate wolf let out a low roar of uneasiness. The group of wolves behind it also seemed to have felt something. Magical beast perception of danger seemed to far surpass humans. However, when they sensed this point, it was often too late. Ha ha! This group of wild brats really did come in. This is great. As long as we take their dog skins and add on their dog meat and dog bones, that guy Jenga shouldn't stop us, right? Right at this moment, in the surroundings of the basin, a group of human figures suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the group of desolate wolves in the basin. Roar! The group of desolate wolves suddenly became chaotic. Wolf howls suddenly rang out. Each and every one of them tucked their tails between their legs, but their ears were raised high. The group of desolate wolves couldn't help but shrink together. Ally, don't be careless anymore. Even though this group of animals doesn't have much attack power, their speed is very fast. This time, you must not let them run away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke to the sturdy young man who spoke a moment ago. His words contained a bit of warning. Immediately after, the crowd, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, quickly fought with the group of desolate wolves. When the battle started, miserable cries endlessly rang out. The group of desolate wolves quickly retreated, but as for the imagined deaths and injuries, they did not appear. The miserable cries of the desolate wolves instead sounded as if they were deliberately doing it. It was as if they wanted to disturb the emotions of the humans in front of them. The entire group of desolate wolves looked extremely chaotic, but in reality, they were all under the control of the head wolf. The group of desolate wolves was orderly, and they moved like ghosts. The crowd was split into several groups by them. As a result, everyone's power was equally distributed, so the group of desolate wolves would not quickly be defeated under everyone's attacks. The desolate wolves freely shuttled back and forth within the crowd. They were not affected by the crowd in the slightest. This was just like what the middle-aged man said. The degree of agility of the desolate wolves was far above that of ordinary human experts. In a short period of time, the group of desolate wolves and the human race was in a relatively balanced state. Chapter 833. However, human experts were in the majority after all. Over time, it was inevitable that some wild wolves would be knocked down by the crowd's attacks. However, following the wolf pack's counterattack, the crowd also gradually started to have casualties. For a moment, the battle between the two races became even more intense. However, at a certain moment, the sturdy young man in the crowd caught a glimpse of a black-robed, pale-faced, unconscious human in the underbrush. Just at that moment, a wild wolf retreated in the direction of the black-robed human. If its huge wolf claws were to trample on that person's body, it would probably leave a huge hole in his body in an instant. Ally was slightly startled in his heart. After all, they were all humans. Relatively speaking, he, who was more warm-hearted, could not bear to see this unfamiliar black-robed man die under the feet of the wild wolf. The sturdy young man flashed and already arrived in front of the unconscious man's head. At the same time that the wolf claws descended, he quickly dragged the black-robed man's body back a certain distance. Only then was he able to dodge this dangerous attack. However, in the next moment, just as the sturdy young man was about to gasp for breath, the head wolf of the wild wolf pack suddenly appeared behind him. Its sharp wolf claws extended and fiercely slashed through the air, leaving behind a vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the sturdy young man's head. At the same time, the faces of some of the leaders in the crowd suddenly changed. In such a short distance, they simply did not have enough time to make a rescue. They could only stare blankly as the sturdy young man died under the wolf claws. At that moment, even the sturdy young man himself felt despair at the bottom of his heart. How could he have thought that he, who was only trying to save someone out of kindness, would instead bring himself and the black-robed man into the abyss of death? However, in the instant that the wolf claws were about to descend, a sharp gaze, like an invisible arrow, instantly pierced through the Wolf King's head. Even though it did not use any power or even cause spatial fluctuations, the wild Wolf King instantly lost all of its life force. The sharp wolf claws that were aimed at the burly young man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment its huge body fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up. Immediately after, the surrounding wolf pack was also shocked by this sudden change. Following the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack became even crazier. Without the slightest bit of order, each of them crazily ran towards the outside of the crowd. Unfortunately, without the slightest bit of order, the wolf pack was quickly surrounded once again. Everyone went up together, and dozens of huge wild wolves fell down one by one. In only a short period of time, dozens of wild wolves were completely suppressed by the people present. Half of them had already died. Enough. Leave some leeway for everything. 20 wild wolves. Even if we take out half, the remaining 10 will be enough for our own people. We don't need to kill that many. Just as everyone was preparing to take action and kill the remaining dozens of wild wolves, the middle-aged man in the lead spoke out and stopped them. Hearing this, everyone also obeyed their respective orders. Although they acted recklessly and were usually boorish, they were completely convinced by this person's words. Seeing everyone stop with his own eyes, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the burly young man. At this moment, the latter's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he supported the black-robed young man who had already woken up in his embrace. And this black-robed young man was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. "Oomph. You brat, you almost died under the Wolf King's claws just now. Do you know that?" Before the person arrived, a low, reprimanding voice had already sounded out. Following that, the burly young man's face also revealed a hint of shame. "Sorry, Uncle Feng Luan. I'll be careful next time." The burly young man's face was red as he deeply lowered his head and said with an extremely soft voice, "Oomph. How many times have you said these words to me? Every time, you say you'll be careful. Every time, you only cause trouble for others. Someone saved you before, and this time, you were lucky, so you survived. Then in the future, if you're alone outside, who will save you? But enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear your excuses." As for him, when he looked at Xiao Yan again, the middle-aged man couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. In his mind, he recalled the Wolf King's seemingly dead state a moment ago. Originally, that claw would have solidly landed on the bodies of the two young men in front of him. However, at that crucial moment, the Wolf King suddenly died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Within their own group, there was absolutely no one who had strength strong enough to easily kill the Wolf King, unless it was the black-robed young man with a pale complexion standing in front of him. However, this young man clearly had the appearance of a heavily injured person. Moreover, based on the latter's age, it was probably impossible for him to possess that kind of strength. Was he thinking too much? The middle-aged man inwardly shook his head in his heart. He didn't say anything else and only coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the front of the group and instructed everyone to put away the required wild wolf corpses. After that, the group of people quickly dashed towards the direction they came from, leaving behind a group of temporarily trapped wild wolves. Alai carried the frail body of Xiao Yan on his back and followed at the very back of the group. The people in front of him had long since become accustomed to his way of doing things. Alai was a person who was overly zealous. He had saved too many people, but generally speaking, the majority of people would have a skeptical attitude toward his kind help. There were even quite a few people who repaid kindness with enmity. However, Alai wasn't affected in the slightest. Using Alai's words, he saved those people. As long as they didn't kill him, what could they possibly take from him? Even if they were gifted to him, he wouldn't necessarily want a destitute brat. As for Alai's reason for saving people, it was because he hoped that he could become a hero, a powerhouse. A hero was definitely a powerhouse, but a powerhouse wasn't necessarily a hero. That was what Alai had always been telling himself. Unfortunately, his heart made him a powerful expert, but his cultivation level. Up until now, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. With that kind of strength, he couldn't even be considered as a mainstay in their group, let alone a hero. Sigh. Following at the very back of the group, Alai deeply sighed in his heart. His body moved, and even more things surged out from his body. Traces of sweat appeared on his forehead as he strenuously followed the group in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was on his back, opened his pitch-black eyes. Although there was a bit of exhaustion on his face, his cultivation and strength were currently slowly recovering. Looking at the group in front of him, then glancing at the sturdy young man who was currently carrying him, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a grateful smile. Chapter 834. Xiao Yan stayed on Alai's back for nearly half a day. Only when the sky was about to turn dark and the time was close to evening did the group of dozens of people arrive at a station surrounded by earth and rocks. Here, there were many carriages and tents. Some traces of bonfires that had already been extinguished on the ground told Xiao Yin that this group of people had already stayed here for a period of time. Even the carriages that were transporting goods were similarly covered with a layer of sand. This further proved Xiao Yan's conjecture in his heart. And from this group's attire and the way they walked, Xiao Yan roughly guessed that this group of people should be a mercenary group. From the looks of it, they were escorting goods. Previously, when he heard their conversation, the reason why this group of people wanted to kill the wild wolf was to enter the nearest city, Wuyu City. Because it was the only large city in this desert, everyone had to pay a certain amount of fees to enter Wuyu City. And on this journey, in order to pass through the desert, they had already used up a lot of resources. Now that they had arrived here, in order to make it easier to enter the city, they had no choice but to choose to kill the wild wolf. They wanted to use the valuable items on the wild wolf as the fee to enter the city. All right, brothers. We have already stayed here for a period of time. Since we have collected enough fees today, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sky is getting dark. Be careful. At night, that group of beasts will be crazy. Don't let them tear off a piece of you. The middle-aged man in the lead warned the rest of the team. Everyone nodded, and the man did not say anything else. He walked straight to Alai. The rest of the team could make him feel at ease, but Alai was the only one he could not stop worrying about. Uncle Fengluan, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards him, Alai nodded his head heavily at Fengluan and said with a smile, I hope so. Tonight, you'll follow me. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Fengluan's tone was somewhat resentful that Alai did not live up to his expectations. Just as his words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yin and said with an impatient tone, You also come with me. When he said this, Fengluan deliberately glanced at Xiao Yin again. Even he didn't know why. Hearing Fengluan's words, Xiao Yin, who was sitting cross-legged beside Alai and slowly recovering his strength with the help of medicinal pills, could not help but be startled. He raised his eyes to look at Fengluan, the expression in his eyes somewhat strange. An 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person in this group, wants me, a 5-star Dodi, to follow behind him? Unfortunately, Fengluan had already let the two of them pass and was walking towards a tent. He could not see the expression on Xiao Yan's face. Haha, little brother, don't mind it. Although Uncle Fengluan appears to be a cold and indifferent person, in reality, he is most concerned about the life and death of our group. He does not wish for anything to happen to us and has always used his greatest ability to protect everyone in the group. Unfortunately, although I also wish to share this burden with him, I have always disappointed Uncle Fengluan and have always caused trouble for him. At the end of his words, a sense of self-blame surged into Alai's words. The smile that had just been revealed on his face was also involuntarily withdrawn. Hearing this, Xiao Yin smiled and nodded his head, after which he cupped his hands toward Alai and said, Big brother Alai, thank you for saving my life today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died under the claws of that wild wolf. Little brother, there is no need to be so polite. The wild wolf is originally our prey. Additionally, we are all humans. It is reasonable for us to help each other. Alai smiled. His smile appeared to be quite comfortable and brilliant. That's right. I've yet to ask for little brother's name. Alai suddenly recovered, appearing to have recalled something. When Xiao Yin heard the former's words, he was also slightly at a loss. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he said, I am Xiao Yin. Feng Lai. They all call me Alai. You should also call me that. Xiao Yin smiled and nodded his head. He called out Alai. Alai's mouth also repeated his name. The two of them faced each other and laughed. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yin raised his head, he saw a beautiful young girl wearing a white long skirt from a nearby luxurious tent. She was currently walking out with light and graceful steps. Slightly startled, Xiao Yin did not investigate too carefully. He never would have thought that there would actually be a woman here. Moreover, looking at her cultivation, she could be considered to be at the top within this group of people. She was a 7-star half-emperor. When Xiao Yan's gaze moved up and swept past the latter's exquisite and delicate body, he saw a face that was as beautiful as a flower roll. Willowy eyebrows and skin were as white as snow. Almond eyes, pretty nose, and mouth were like sandalwood. However, although she was naturally gorgeous, the indifferent temperament that was imperceptibly pervaded the air made people feel that she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She was proud and independent and kept people 1,000 miles away. "Uncle Feng, who is this person? Why did he appear in our group?" Soon, the young girl discovered the gaze that Xiao Yan shot at her. That gaze was poles apart from that of ordinary people. It was not the kind of gaze that was filled with reverence. Instead, it was filled with pure admiration. Haha, Miss Feng, there's no need to mind. This person was saved by us on the way. When we arrive at Wuyu City, we will let him leave." Seeing that the young girl in front of him actually changed the topic to Xiao Yan, a stranger, Feng Luan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully told the truth. "Oh." The young girl lightly nodded her head. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, "No wonder you dare to look at me like that." Soon, the entire group was ready to set off. The goods that had landed on the ground were reloaded onto the carriage. Everyone also stood up. Dozens of people surrounded the two sides of the carriage to protect it. From a certain point of view, the goods on the carriage were more important than their lives. This was the most cohesive performance of a mercenary group. The sky quickly darkened. The pitch-black night sky seemed to have pulled a black curtain over the world. No one knew what kind of story would unfold next. However, in everyone's heart, they all hoped that this night would be calm and windless. Like a piece of white paper, they would rather abandon it than add unnecessary colors to it. "Brother Alai, who is that girl? From what I see, she doesn't seem to be a member of your group." With the carriage, Xiao Yan and Alai lazily sat on it. The people around them did not seem to care. Out of boredom, Xiao Yan curiously asked about the young girl. "He, she is very beautiful. Miss Feng is the daughter of a big family. In addition to transporting goods, our main purpose of crossing the desert this time is to protect Miss Feng's safety. The desert is full of magical beasts. You should have a deep understanding of it." Alai parted his mouth and smiled. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was slightly startled when he heard these words. His mind immediately recalled the scene where he had seen Sun Er in that shattered jade token. The pair of hands under his sleeves also quietly clenched tightly at this moment. "Sun Er, wait for me." Chapter 835. Miss Feng's family was located in Helan City, which was relatively close to Wuyu City. Her family was the second largest faction in Holland City and had been on par with the Wang family for many years. However, the Wang family was growing stronger and stronger. Their strength had already surpassed the Feng family, and they were about to swallow them up. Of course, Xiao Yan was not concerned about this matter. As the saying goes, one should not worry about things that did not concern him. Xiao Yan was never a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. The night was long. After chatting with Alai for a while, Xiao Yan sat down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method began to circulate. Threads of natural energy appeared to be attracted and gathered toward Xiao Yan. As for Alai, he was called over by Feng Luan and helplessly followed behind Feng Luan. As these energies flowed into his body, Do Qi gradually gathered within Xiao Yan's almost exhausted vortex. His cultivation was gradually recovering under this kind of slow training. Fortunately, the group did not meet with any danger after traveling for an entire night in the desolate desert. Xiao Yan was in a state of self-recovery. Few people in the group had a good impression of this stranger. However, no one wanted to provoke him either. This allowed Xiao Yan to be even more peaceful. After a night of training, Xiao Yan's strength had only recovered by 20%. Under normal circumstances, given the wonders of the flame mantra, Xiao Yan would be able to recover to his peak in one night. However, as he was currently in the group and did not want to alarm them, Xiao Yan's training speed was slowed to this extent. During the day, other than 2 short breaks, the group continued to travel towards the west. According to the leader Feng Luan, The group would reach Wuyu City in around 3 days. At that time, Xiao Yin would be separated from them. 3 days, huh? Xiao Yin softly muttered in his mouth, and once again entered into a state of training. 3 days, including the daytime, was sufficient for Xiao Yin to fully recover. However, on the night of the second day, night fell and a bleak atmosphere once again filled the area. Just as the group finished their third break between heaven and earth, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards the entire convoy. On the carriage, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black deep eyes looked directly at the front of the group. At that spot, where no one could see, a huge beast was swiftly charging towards the group. Everyone be careful. There is danger. Feng Lun, who was leading the group, immediately frowned when he sensed this unusual cold wind. After traveling in this desert for many years, he could not be more familiar with the environment. However, he had never encountered such a strange cold wind. Unless what he was facing was not this strange cold wind. A huge beast with frightening strength. At this moment, even young Lady Fong had a solemn expression on her pretty face as she walked out from her personal residence. Strands of milky white dough qi lingered from her jade-like palm and agglomerated into a solid dough qi armor on the surface of the young lady's body. In a short span of a couple of breaths, everyone in the group had taken out their weapons. Their eyes looked all around them. Their hearts were filled with anxiety as they prepared for a big battle. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 100 feet. It's here. At the front of the group, Feng Lun and young Lady Fong were already prepared for battle. The two of them each took out a pitch-black long spear and a snow-white long sword. Although the sky was dark, a huge silhouette had already appeared in their line of sight. The one who had come was actually a 9-star half-emperor. Facing them with such strength, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Even though this was the case, they had no choice but to brace themselves and rush forward in the face of such a battle. Just as the entire group was prepared for battle, Xiao Yin, who was in a carriage at the back, moved his heart. A vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows at this moment. It passed by everyone below and arrived in front of the huge beast in the blink of an eye. Get lost. A soundless cry continued to resound within the huge beast's mind. Immediately, the huge beast's body, which was originally rushing forward, came to a sudden halt. Its entire body trembled as it stood still on the spot. The original thought of looting everything in its heart was also instantly shattered at this moment. Being able to reach the level of a 9-star half-emperor, the intelligence of this huge beast was naturally not inferior to a human. Just from that stern cry from earlier, it was able to clearly understand that the other party was definitely an elite Dodi. How would a mere bandit dare to go against the will of an elite Dodi? Immediately, this huge beast emitted a low, obedient roar. Under the solemn mood of everyone in front, it suddenly turned around and fled in the direction that it had come from. Only after a dozen breaths later did the group, led by Feng Lin, gradually recover while their hearts were filled with shock. They sensed that the originally powerful pressure that was about to descend had actually swiftly retreated like a tide at this moment. The hearts of everyone present felt incomparably shocked. The sky was still pitch black. As a precaution, the group once again rested on the spot for a moment. Only after they confirmed that the beast would not return did everyone stand up and continue their journey to the west. During the subsequent journey, the same thing happened 3 times in succession. The thing that caused them to feel the most suspicious was that on the third time, everyone in the convoy had clearly discovered traces of a group of magical beasts. However, the same scene as before appeared once again. Before everyone could see those magical beasts with their own eyes, the magical beasts would quickly scatter and flee in all directions. It was as though they had been frightened by something. This caused everyone in the convoy to feel puzzled. At the same time, Feng Luan's and young Lady Fong's gazes involuntarily landed on the carriage behind them and the black-robed young man who was lazily lying on the goods. All of this seemed to have started after this black-robed young man had joined their convoy. Could it really be him? Feng Luan and young Lady Fong involuntarily had this thought in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, the latter was merely a young man. Moreover, he had an injured body. How could it be possible for him to force back so many magical beasts? It was likely that there was another reason behind this. Without the harassment of the magical beasts, the speed of the convoy's advance was undoubtedly much faster. Everyone did not pause even a little during the third day's journey. It was only noon when the outline of a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tall city walls stood on the ground. The human flow in front of them also gradually increased. At the very front of Xiao Yan's line of sight, he could clearly see 3 large words carved on the tall and mighty city gate in a dragon-like manner. Wu Yu City. Chapter 836. Wu Yu City was located at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It was located in the Gobi Desert. To the east was a desolate desert, while to the west was desolate. The land was barren, and not a single green leaf could be seen. This place could be said to be the most barren place in the Yuanwu continent. However, it was after all one of the top cities in the outer regions of the Western Wastelands region. The size and prosperity of Wu Yu City could be seen at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the black-colored city walls were towering, and one could not even see the edge of the city walls. Large clusters of buildings emerged from the city, and each building was taller than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Human traffic flowed in and out of the city like a tide, and the noise reached the sky. Based on this, one could tell that the prosperity of Wu Yu City was not inferior to Yin City. It is indeed worthy of being a large city at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It could be considered grand. Xiao Yan's figure leaped down from the carriage. His footsteps were relaxed as he arrived at the front of the group. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had completely recovered to its peak. Since the group had already arrived at this place, it was likely time for them to leave. However, when Xiao Yan's figure arrived at the front of the group, quite a number of people from the crowd behind threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's action just now appeared to be relaxed and casual. However, the relaxed manner in which he flashed past everyone, as well as the cool breeze that he carried when his body flashed past, had unknowingly revealed his shocking speed to everyone. When one's strength reached the Do D class, all aspects of one's body would be greatly strengthened. In terms of speed alone, it was already not something that an ordinary Band D could compare with. Although one could not tell anything from Xiao Yan's actions earlier, everyone present was certain that there were not many people in the group who possessed such an agile agility. It seemed that this little fellow was not an ordinary person. The few people in the group looked at each other and saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. At this moment, Feng Luan and young Lady Fong, who were at the front of the group, also sensed the arrival of the people behind them. The two of them turned their heads to look at the latter. However, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared beside the two of them at the same time. The hearts of the two of them were startled. They did not expect the speed of this black-robed young man to be faster than they had expected. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed a little. Fortunately, this person had been recovering from his injuries along the way. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be in quite a lot of trouble if they were to fight with him. Fortunately, they had already arrived at Wu Yu City. They had already arrived at their destination. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan's group. In this way, and Xiao Yan's group. Brother Feng Lun. Brother. Suddenly, the bored Feng Lai by the side discovered Xiao Yan's existence. Immediately, he bared his teeth and took a large stride forward, directly grabbing Xiao Yan's shoulders. The loud laughter in his mouth attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. Xiao Yan smiled. He had a good impression of Lai in his heart. This was probably due to the latter's cheerful character. He seemed to be able to get along well with anyone and laugh happily. It was indeed not easy for such a character to exist in this mainland. Haha, this is Wu Yu City. It's huge, right? Lai smiled. It was as if he was showing off to Xiao Yan. Of course, this kind of showing off was very pure and did not contain any other impurities, nor was it intentional. Yes, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He had originally intended to leave. However, because of this fellow, he decided to stay. Let's enter the city first. It won't be too late to leave after we enter the city. Xiao Yin secretly delayed in his heart. This is the second largest city I have visited. In the future, I will visit even bigger cities. I swear that I will travel the entire mainland. Ali continued to laugh heartily as he boasted about his ridiculous dream. Xiao Yin nodded his head in agreement. To travel the entire mainland, first of all, one must have courage. Secondly, one must have cultivation strength. Only with enough courage would he be able to persist in his original intentions and beliefs. Strength was a shortcut to speed up his progress. This dream might seem small, but if it could be realized, then Ali would definitely become a truly respected expert. Those who thought his dream was ridiculous were the real fools. Here, this is for you. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Luan and Miss Fong were discussing something, Xiao Yin extended his hand in front of Ali and a green scroll appeared in his hand. This was a would attribute middle-level Qi method. Compared to Ali's own Qi method, it was many times stronger. Through his perception, Xiao Yin could clearly sense Ali's own attributes. Perhaps it was because Ali had saved his life, or perhaps it was because Xiao Yin was overflowing with sympathy that he gave this cultivation technique to him. What is this? Ali frowned as a trace of suspicion appeared on his tanned face. This is something that can help you travel the entire mainland. However, you can only look at it after I leave. Furthermore, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Xiao Yin smiled. While Ali was still in a daze, he stuffed the scroll into Ali's arms. At the same time, the convoy arrived in front of the city gate. The crowded crowd gradually dispersed. The passers-by in front also made way for them. The convoy of dozens of people swaggered and arrived in front of the city gate without any hindrance. There were over a dozen guards wearing scarlet-yellow armor at the entrance of the city. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, walked forward with an expressionless face when he saw this group of people. The long spear in his hand blocked the entrance of the city, blocking everyone's path. Leader Feng, we are old acquaintances. I don't need to say any more nonsense. Here is the entrance fee. Feng Luan had brought dozens of brothers and mingled in the Western Wastelands for so many years, so he naturally recognized the guards of Wuyu City. It was just that the relationship between the two guards was not friendly. Feng Luan have walked this path countless times. I naturally understand the rules. Brothers, take out your fees and let our captain go properly examine it. Feng Luan laughed loudly. Especially when he read the surname of the person in front of him, the people behind him all followed and laughed loudly. Even some passers-by couldn't help but blush, yet they didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was very obvious that in their hearts, they were especially afraid of this Captain Go. Bang! 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 Immediately after, along with a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects falling onto the ground, the corpses of wild wolves appeared in front of the city gate. Instantly, countless figures flew into the sky, and each of them dodged and scattered. At the same time, a shock couldn't help but surge into their eyes when they looked at Feng Luan and the others. These are 20 wild wolves. TSK, TSK. That's a huge fortune. The passers-by were all shocked. They didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually take out 20 wild wolves as the entrance fee. And after Feng Luan's group took out the 20 wild wolves, they also looked at the shock on Captain Go's face with a smile that was not a smile. They also didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually be able to kill 20 wild wolves. However, just as Feng Luan looked at Captain Go with a cold smile on his face, the latter suddenly laughed coldly and said with a grin, 20 wild wolves. This can truly be said to be an astonishing achievement. However, Feng Luan frowned slightly. He felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart from the expression that this guy revealed on his face. According to what I know, including you, there are a total of 80 people in your mercenary group. And right now, you seem to have brought 2 more outsiders. I will pay for Miss Fong's fees. You only need to let her pass. What about him? Captain Go's gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yin again. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Brat, for us to be able to send you here is already the greatest kindness. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, you can either use your own money to enter the city right now, or please leave our group. Uncle Feng, you shut up. This matter is his own, so it should be settled by him. Feng Luan spoke to Xiao Yan. The meaning of his words was clearly to have Xiao Yan take the initiative to leave his group. Just as Alei was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by the latter's berating. Feng Luan's gaze, on the other hand, had been on Xiao Yan's body from the beginning to the end, as if he was waiting for his decision. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved a little to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only after seeing this did Feng Luan withdraw his gaze. He once again looked at Captain Go in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Now we can go in, right?" If it was any other time, Feng Luan's group would have already entered long ago. However, today, Feng Luan had humiliated Captain Go's surname. This made Captain Go somewhat unwilling. The reason why he had said those words just now was only to give Feng Luan a show of strength. However, he did not expect that it would actually end like this. Seeing that Feng Luan's group was about to enter the city, Captain Go's thoughts quickly spun. Just as Feng Luan was somewhat impatient and wanted to step forward to push away the spear in Captain Go's hand, Captain Go turned his spear and slanted it towards the ground. It's not difficult to enter. However, recently, the higher-ups have just issued a new order. I forgot to mention it before. The fee for everyone who enters Wii U City will be increased by 40%. If it was in the past, your mercenary group would be able to enter with 20 wild wolves. But now, unless you take out another 5 wild wolves, don't even think about entering the city. Captain Go's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to make Feng Luan bleed a lot today. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to appease the resentment in his heart. Go Chonglin, you're making something out of nothing. Feng Luan was furious. The person in front of him was simply intentionally making things difficult for them. Who said that I'm making something out of nothing? And it was also at this moment that the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from the other side of the city gate. Chapter 837. Soon after the middle-aged man's voice was transmitted over, a middle-aged man, wearing luxurious clothes, swiftly flew over from the other side of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the city gate. A pair of sharp eyes swept over everyone outside the city. Anyone who met his gaze lowered their heads in fear. Of course, Xiao Yan was an exception. Finally, the middle-aged man's eyes landed on Feng Luan. His eyes carried traces of coldness. Feng Luan, you seem to be a little dissatisfied with my decision. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Luan. An invisible pressure that belonged to a 4-star Do pressed toward the latter. The expression on Feng Luan's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed this powerful pressure. His face swiftly turned red. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the Do Chi within the vortex within his body swiftly circulated in an attempt to resist this pressure. Jin Gu. Is Jin Gu something that you can call? The middle-aged man's voice was deep. At the same time, the pressure that descended on Feng Luan's body became even more frightening. His body, which was already having difficulty supporting itself, bent his waist at this moment. His legs also involuntarily trembled. It seemed that he would kneel on the ground at any moment because of this. City Chief Jin, Company Chief Feng did not intend to offend you. It is only because he was anxious earlier that he directly called you by your name. He only hopes to clarify the whole story of this matter. Young Miss Fong by the side also frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She took half a step forward. Although her strength was weak, she still relied on the pressure of a 7-star bandee in an attempt to help Feng Luan block some of this shocking strength. What I have said is the whole story. Why? Does this young miss also wish to stand up for him? May I know who you are? The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he saw this. His gaze swept up and down young Miss Fong's alluring, lovely body. When his gaze saw the latter's exquisite, pretty face and voluptuous, lovely body, a lustful glint flashed across his eyes. He had already known that the young miss of the Fong clan would pass by after receiving a generous invitation from the Wong clan of Healan City. He was ordered to stop her at all costs and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Fong clan. Of course, the Wong clan would naturally not stop him after he captured her. In short, He could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not die. Although he was not completely certain, he had already guessed in his heart that this woman in front of him should be the young miss of the Fong clan. I am called Fong Ruyan. I am a young miss of the Fong clan of Healan City. I hope that City Chief Jean can overlook the matter today on account of the Fong clan. This can be considered as making a friend. Fong Ruyan cupped her hands at the middle-aged man in front of her. After all, the other party was a Dodi. She could only use her family's name to intimidate him. She only hoped that he would not go overboard. Nothing. However, the other party's reply caused Fong Ruyan to be extremely shocked. Although her Fong clan could not be considered a rich and powerful family, it could be considered to be well known in this area of Wuyu City. However, the person in front of her actually said that he did not care. How could Fong Ruyan's heart remain calm? I will pay for the entrance fee of the mercenary company, including my own. Now, City Chief, please let her go. The expression on her pretty face changed rapidly. After a couple of breaths, Fong Ruyan finally calmed down and spoke to the person in front of her. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He frowned slightly and appeared to have descended into deep thought. Soon after, a short couple of breaths later, "Ha ha ha, young Miss Fong is really extravagant. Unfortunately, since you have come here today, this city chief does not intend to let you pass." Buzz. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed coldly. The aura and pressure that belonged to a four-star Do-D swept in all directions at this moment. At the same time, Fong Ruyan's lovely body was firmly locked in place under this powerful aura and pressure. She was unable to move. The middle-aged man's face was filled with a savage smile. He raised his hand, and his palm turned into a claw. He aimed his palm at Fong Ruyan, and a suction force surged. The frightening suction force immediately pulled the latter's lovely body toward him. The expression on Fong Ruyan's pretty face suddenly changed drastically. She did not expect that the person in front of her would actually attack her. Even if he was a four-star OD, would he be afraid of her Fong clan? However, no matter how much Fong Ruyan thought in her heart, she was unable to change the current reality. Her body was uncontrollably moving toward this lunatic. Just as her neck was about to be locked by Jingu, it was also at this moment a human figure swiftly flashed in front of Jingu and rescued Fong Ruyan. Looking carefully, this person was Fong Lun, who had just been freed from the control of the pressure. "Fong Lun, you are really bold." Seeing that the person was Fong Lun, Jingu was immediately furious. It was unexpected that the other party would dare to openly oppose him. Was he not afraid of the wrath of a Dodi? The motto of the mercenary company is to be responsible to the end. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely not let Miss Fong get hurt. Fong Lun coldly smiled when he heard Jin Ji's furious cry. His attitude was unusually determined. It seemed that it was just as he had said. He would definitely be responsible to the end. Bang! Seeing Fong Lun act in this way, the members of the mercenary company behind him also released the aura within their bodies. They separated from Jin Ji's aura and fought against each other in front of the city gate. Of course, even if it was 80 people against one person, the result would still be a crushing defeat due to the absolute difference in strength. However, the cooperation of these 80 people was amazing. May I ask if there was a second faction in the entire continent that had such a cohesive force? It was clearly impossible. Unfortunately, they had met an opponent that they could not defeat today. Good. What a good, be responsible to the end. Since you are all courting death, this city chief will fulfill your wish today. Jin Ji's face was cold. As his voice sounded, he threw a punch at Fong Lun. His majestic Do Chi immediately condensed into a solid fist and heavily collided with Fong Lun's solemn face. Even though Fong Lun resisted with all his strength, he was still instantly defeated by a punch from a four-star OD. Even though he did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Uncle Fong Lun, seeing that Fong Lun was seriously injured, Fong Lai immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly flew toward Fong Lun with a pale face. Seeing that Fong Lun's body was weak, Feng Lai was both frightened and furious. He suddenly turned around, and the three-star half-emperor aura crazily surged out of his body. His Dou Qi crazily surged as he recklessly charged toward Jin Ge. Jin Ge! Feng Lai's eyes were scarlet. He roared furiously in his heart as his body crazily charged forward. Seeing this, Jin Ge coldly laughed in disdain and said, "Humph humph, you are truly courting death. A mere three-star half-emperor actually dares to step forward. You are truly reckless." As he spoke, he once again threw a punch forward. That punch from earlier was able to nearly kill Feng Lin, who was an 8-star half-emperor. If this punch were to land on Feng Lai's body, it would likely be difficult for him to survive. In the next instant, that solid fist suddenly exploded. The cold smile on the corner of Jin Ji's mouth gradually widened, after which it gradually disappeared and became gloomy. Soon after, everyone present raised their eyes and looked over. A black-robed young man was standing in front of Feng Lai. He blocked Feng Lai with one hand while his back faced Jin Ge. His other hand was extended behind him and appeared to casually block Jin Ji's punch. "Brat, even if you want to be a hero, you should act within your capabilities." The black-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He slowly raised his head and raised his young face. Under the sunlight, he slowly turned around and looked at Jin Ge. Chapter 838. A faint laughter spread in front of the city gate. Xiaoyan had casually resolved Jin Ji's attack with one hand. At the same time, he slowly turned around and smiled as he looked at the other party. Only at this moment did everyone in front of the city gate recover. They followed the voice and looked over. A countless number of gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body like spotlights. Soon after, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. A deep shock involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the people from the mercenary company. The expressions on their faces were especially interesting. This included young Lady Feng. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. They really had difficulty imagining that Jin Ge, a 4-star Dou, could not block an attack from him that even the strongest person in their mercenary company, Feng Lin, could not block. However, this black-robed young man in front of them had so easily resolved it. This was a little too shocking. Feng Ruyan, who had just helped Feng Luan consume a medicinal pill in front of the crowd, was currently staring intently at Xiaoyan with her pretty eyes. To be able to so easily block an attack from a 4-star Dou, the cultivation of the person in front of her was at least a Dou. Dou, such a young elite Dou. Feng Ruyan involuntarily muttered in her heart. The shock in her eyes became denser. At the same time, a thought flew in her heart. At the same time, the passers-by outside of the city gate were also shocked by the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed. Countless number of gazes swept over Xiaoyan. Discussions swiftly spread in front of the city gate. Even the human flow within the city gate was attracted by the activity at this side. When those people saw Xiaoyan, who was currently facing off against Jin Ge, their faces immediately revealed gloating smiles. However, when they learned of Xiaoyan's frightening strength from the words of the passers-by around them, the surrounding people, who were wearing shocked expressions, swiftly spread outwards. Even more human flow also gathered in this direction. Jin Ji's expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. From the latter's easy action earlier, it was not difficult to tell that this black-robed young man in front of him was actually an elite Dou. "Who are you?" Jin Ge said in a low voice. If not for the sudden attack of the person in front of him, Alai would have already turned into a bloody mist. "Do you need to know?" Xiaoyan calmly looked at him, ignoring the gloomy expression on Jin Ji's face. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he could even kill the person from the ghost hall, who was an intermediate 7-star Dou. The person in front of him was merely a 4-star Dou. He could kill the latter by relying on his avatar, much less personally attack. The corner of Jin Ji's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard Xiaoyan's scornful words. Beside him, squad leader Go's heart moved when he saw this. He smiled coldly and stepped forward, wanting to perform well in front of Jin Ge. "Humph, how audacious. Don't you know that this is Wuyu City?" In this place, anyone who sees my city lord must greet him respectfully. You actually dare to speak so rudely, truly, bang. However, before Captain Go's words sounded, Alai's body suddenly exploded into a cluster of bloody mist. If nothing went wrong, this should have been Alai's ending. However, the positions of both parties have been swapped. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the bodies of quite a number of people to tremble. This was especially the case for the few guards wearing crimson yellow armor. Their feet involuntarily shifted back. It was as though they were afraid of being implicated. Killing his subordinate in front of him. This action of the person in front of him was undoubtedly slapping his face in front of everyone. How could such a provocation not cause Jingu to be furious? However, when he recalled that the other party was also an elite Dodi, the fury in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He was also a Dodi. He knew just what kind of great strength a person of this level possessed. Going to start a conflict with an elite Dodi for a Band D class lackey was definitely an unwise choice. Moreover, Captain Go was already dead. Even if he intervened, it would be too late. He would not be able to make up for any losses. What do you mean by this? Even if you want to kill a dog, you should first look at its owner, right? Jinji's face was gloomy as he spoke. The aura within his body slowly spread outwards, pressuring Xiao Yin in front of him. Under the premise that he did not know the other party's exact cultivation, this method could be said to be extremely safe. He would not really start a conflict, nor would his aura be weaker than the other parties. Even if he wanted to attack, it would not be too late to do so after he figured out the other party's cultivation. He speaks too much nonsense and is very noisy. As for calling him a dog, isn't this a little insulting to dogs? Xiao Yin coldly laughed. As his words sounded, a thought passed through his mind. The powerful aura within his body charged toward Jingu without holding back. Immediately, Jinji's expression changed drastically. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Comparing the two, Xiao Yan's aura was like a raging wave that pounced toward him like a tsunami. On the other hand, Jinji's aura was like a river that was about to be destroyed by this tsunami. The other party could be said to have an unstoppable force that easily suppressed the aura within Jinji's body. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of everyone who had gathered in this place changed drastically. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that this black-robed, young man, who appeared young, actually possessed such a frightening strength. He was even able to suppress Jingu, who was a 4-star Dodi. Did this not mean that his cultivation had at least reached that of a 5-star Dodi? How is it? Do you still want them to pay the entrance fee now? Xiao Yan's expression was cold. He originally had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Alai had actually rushed forward at the critical moment. Xiao Yan also did not wish to see Alai die. This was why he had intervened. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was completely confident that he could suppress a 4-star Dodi. Even though both parties were Dodi, the gap between each star was extremely large at this level. Even though Jingu was a 4-star Dodi, he did not have any chance of victory against a 5-star Dodi like Xiao Yan. This also explained why Jinji's expression had undergone a 180-degree change after learning of Xiao Yan's cultivation. No need, no need, no need. Everyone, please enter the city. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's frightening strength, Jingu no longer dared to stop him. He hurriedly turned around and ordered the guards hiding behind him to withdraw, after which he made a pleased gesture to Xiao Yan. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry. Mister, please go first." Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He gently patted Alai who was behind him, and the latter followed in a daze. After which, the group of mercenaries behind them carefully followed, feeling that it was unrealistic in their hearts. As for Feng Ruiyan, the latter's pretty eyes had been firmly locked onto Xiao Yan from the beginning. Only when Xiao Yan's figure was blocked by the group behind did the young lady's eyes flash. She recovered and turned her head to take a look. Feng Luan had already been carried away by the people in the group. Only then did she hurriedly move her feet and swiftly follow. After this group of people disappeared from the city gate, Jingu, who was standing at the side of the city gate, finally slowly raised his head. His expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, his forehead was already covered with perspiration. Chapter 839. Within Wuyu City, the mercenary company had already entered the city. Everyone followed Xiao Yan and continued to walk into the city for a long time. They only stopped when they reached an area where there were fewer people. The people behind them also paused. Numerous gazes looked at Xiao Yan in unison. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan slowly turned around and looked at Alai. At this moment, the expression on Alai's face was still a little absent-minded. He had never expected that he would be lucky enough to save the life of an elite Dodi. Moreover, this elite Dodi was actually this strong. Everything that had happened earlier had caused Alai's mind to be in an extremely absent-minded state. It was as though everything was a dream. Alai. Xiao Yan smiled and softly asked in a probing tone. Alai was like a person who had suddenly been woken up from a dream when he heard this. After which, he hurriedly recovered. His heart immediately became clear-headed when he saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan and spoke in a respectful tone. Sir, this little one did not know your identity earlier and has offended you. I hope that you can forgive me. Brother Alai, there's no need to be so courteous. It is fine if we address each other as we did earlier. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he saw Alai reveal this manner. A soft laugh sounded from his mouth. However, the latter still did not dare to be careless. After Xiao Yan's repeated persuasion, the latter gradually relaxed his heart. It is unexpected that Brother Xiao Yan is actually a 5-star Dodi. Honestly speaking, the strongest person I have seen is only a 4-star Dodi, Jingu. It is unexpected that I am actually lucky enough to save a 5-star Dodi. I want to see who else dares to say that I am meddling in other people's business in the future. Although Alai was surprised and shocked by Xiao Yan's strength in his heart, he quickly chatted and laughed with Xiao Yan given his open character. Just as the two of them were laughing, two of the brothers behind them hurriedly walked over. The two of them were carrying the injured and unconscious Feng Luan. When Alai saw this, the smile that had just appeared on his face quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep worry. Alai rushed forward and grabbed Feng Luan's hand. First, he sent his fighting aura into Feng Luan's body to check his injuries. At this moment, Feng Luan's expression was extremely pale. Although he had already swallowed 2 Tier 2 medicinal pills earlier, the result was not ideal. After all, he had received a serious injury from 4-star Dodi. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on Tier 2 medicinal pills. If he was not careful, Feng Luan might lose his life at any moment. Uncle Feng Luan. As he probed deeper, the expression on Alai's face became more and more anxious. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if water was about to drip out. The anxiety in his heart caused Alai's breathing to become hurried. It's useless. Company Leader Feng's injuries are really too serious. My medicinal pills are unable to have any effect. He might. Feng Rian's pretty face carried an apologetic expression as she walked over from the side. Although she wanted to open her mouth and say some comforting words, she was unable to say anything in the end. The injuries that Feng Luan had received were really too serious. With his hefty body, he had received a heavy blow from a 4-star Dodi. In this kind of condition, the chances of him surviving was almost negligible. Even with the help of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, he was ultimately unable to save the situation. When the group of mercenaries behind her heard Feng Rian's words, the atmosphere that had just become relaxed once again became gloomy. Everyone's faces revealed a deep hatred. Jingu. A fury immediately rose in Alai's heart when he thought that Feng Luan was about to leave him forever. The aura in his body, which had just calmed down, once again rose. His standing body involuntarily trembled. Let me take a look. He is not dead yet. Why is there a need to be so sad? Xiao Yan, who had sensed this, softly opened his mouth and spoke. At the same time, a hand was placed on Alai's shoulder. An enormous amount of spiritual strength poured into the latter's body and swiftly suppressed the violent dou qi. Once these words were spoken, regardless of whether it was Lai, Feng Rian by his side, or the group of people from the mercenary company behind them, all of their gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan. If one were to ask who the only person present who had the ability to save Feng Luan was, there was no need to say anything. It was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. At this moment, Lai had also turned his hopeful gaze to Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan was able to save Feng Luan, this was the only way now. It was also the most hopeful possibility. Feeling everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan smiled confidently. He walked in front of the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Luan. With a flip of his hand, a Longan-sized emerald green medicinal pill appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. This was a rank 3 healing medicinal pill. It had a unique effect on people who were seriously injured. With it, injuries like the one in Feng Luan's body would not be a problem. Earlier, when Lai was still carefully examining Feng Luan, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already withdrawn from Feng Luan's body. He also had a comprehensive understanding of the latter's injuries. Honestly speaking, Xiao Yan did not really care about this kind of injury. With the rank 3 medicinal pills on him, Xiao Yan could take any one of them to heal his injuries. After taking out the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to let Feng Luan consume it. In a short period of time, under the effect of the rank 3 medicinal pill, the medicinal effects that were filled with vitality rapidly spread throughout Feng Luan's body. The latter's injuries also recovered at an extremely shocking speed. Unknowingly, even his deathly pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Even though his injuries had not been completely healed, just this point alone was enough to make everyone present feel astonished. Seeing this situation, Lai's face, which was filled with surprise, immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Beside him, Feng Rian's pair of pretty eyes had been looking at Xiao Yan since the beginning. Ever since Xiao Yan took out that medicinal pill, Feng Rian's heart was certain that Feng Luan would definitely be able to escape this calamity this time around. Rank 3 medicinal pills. Even within their clan, they would not be able to take out many of them. Yet, this Xiao Yan in front of them was able to calmly take out one, without changing his expression just to save an outsider. One could not imagine just how rich his foundation was. However, the thing that moved Feng Rian the most at this moment was not Xiao Yan's medicinal pill. Instead, it was his 5-star Dou Di cultivation. Currently, their Feng clan's position in Healan City was about to be lost. Her motive for returning to the clan this time around was to be able to contribute some of her meager strength to the clan to help the clan survive this crisis. Even though she also knew that her mere 7-star band decultivation would not be able to change anything, as the eldest young lady of the clan, Feng Rian needed to return to the clan regardless of what happened. Originally, Feng Rian's heart had been extremely heavy along the way. However, when she saw the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, a thread of hope finally rose within her despairing heart. Mr. Xiao Yan, may I know if I can? There's no need. I am not interested in the matters between your two clans. Young lady, please do as you wish. However, before Feng Rian's words sounded, Xiao Yan softly rejected her without even turning his head. The certainty within his words caused Feng Rian's pretty face to swiftly turn pale. She had never expected that the other party would actually open his mouth to reject her before she had even uttered her invitation. Mr. Xiao Yan, I sincerely hope that I can invite you to help our clan survive this crisis. As long as you're able to help our Feng clan survive this crisis, I will agree to whatever you want. If you are willing, I can even... Feng Rian's pale, pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright red color when she reached the end of her words. Her pretty eyes were filled with hesitation. However, in the end, she violently clenched her teeth and swiftly opened her mouth. If you are willing, I can even marry you. Once those words were said, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. Even Lai, who was standing nearby, was shocked by Feng Rian's words when his expression had just relaxed. However, immediately after, the expression on Xiao Yan's face rapidly returned to normal. With a resolute attitude, he shook his head and slowly said, "My apologies. I am used to traveling all over the world by myself. I am not used to traveling with another person. Young Lady Fong, please find someone else." After he finished saying those words, Xiaoyan turned around and walked toward an empty alley. Fong Rian's pretty eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's departing figure. Her teeth lightly bit her red lips as her beautiful eyes rapidly reddened. Chapter 840. Xiaoyan left after helping Feng Luan's mercenary company enter Wuyu City. He did not stay any longer. From his point of view, this place was merely his first stop in the Western Wasteland region. The place he wanted to go was an even more bustling area. Only at that place would Xiao Yan be able to meet true experts. After Xiao Yan left, the mercenary group also followed closely behind. Fong Rian's pretty face was filled with disappointment as she followed the group. Her heart was filled with uncertainty. From the looks of Jin Ji's actions, it was clear that he intended to control her. It was likely that he wanted to use her to threaten the Fong clan. If Xiao Yan had not intervened today, the consequences would have been extremely frightening. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Yan had left, there was no one else who could help her. At the same time, on the other side, Feng Luan was still unconscious in a carriage. However, his complexion had clearly improved. It seemed that he was not too far away from waking up. Beside Feng Luan, Alai was finally relieved about Feng Luan's injuries. However, he was constantly thinking about Xiao Yan. He was not a fool. From Xiao Yan's attack earlier, Alai could roughly guess that the person who forced back those magical beasts in the desert a few days ago was likely Xiao Yan. He could not be wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Alai's mouth could not help but laugh at himself. He had originally thought that their convoy was so lucky this time to be able to repeatedly avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. However, he did not expect that their luck time and time again was actually thanks to Xiao Yan. If not for the latter's existence, even if their mercenary group was able to make it here, there would not be more than a handful of people left alive. Suddenly, Alai seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that before Xiao Yan left, he had stuffed a scroll into his hands. He had never opened it. Now that there was no one around and Feng Luan had not woken up, he could take a look at it. However, when Alai discovered that Xiao Yan had actually given him a middle spiritual level wood attribute cultivation method, the shock and excitement in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. A spirit-level cultivation method was enough to change the course of his life, and Xiao Yan was the one who changed him. Alai hugged the emerald green scroll in his hands tightly. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in his mind, and he firmly engraved it in his heart. Shilin region on a mountain peak, not too far away from Shahipu. A kind-looking old man in a hemp robe was sitting cross-legged. The old man formed a cultivation seal with his hands. As his aura fluctuated, the energy of the world seemed to have received an order and gathered towards the old man. With this slow cultivation, the old man's aura also rose at an extremely slow speed. Until a certain moment, the body of the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, trembled slightly, and he stopped cultivating. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. This person was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. Sensing that something was wrong, Yi Luotian frowned and looked towards the west. He could vaguely sense that a person, or rather, a soul, was rushing towards him. Who is it? Doubt arose in Yi Luotian's heart. From the other party's actions, it was extremely likely that he was coming for him. However, what could a mere soul fragment do? Looking for him to save his life? This strange thought appeared in Yi Luotian's heart. In the entire western region, if a person with a soul fragment were to take the initiative to find him, it was likely that the person would only be begging him to save his life. After all, Yi Luotian's reputation was extremely kind. However, as that person gradually approached, Yi Luotian's gently knit eyebrows involuntarily. He could sense a trace of familiar aura from that soul fragment. Could it be that he knew him? Yi Luotian frowned and gently shook his head. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Most of the people he knew were powerful individuals, and they were all elite Dodi. How could they end up in such a miserable state? However, this was the truth. As that soul fragment approached, Yi Luotian suddenly realized that this soul fragment was actually that person from the ghost hall. What had happened to this fellow's body? Why had he become like this? Yi Luotian's heart was greatly shocked when he sensed this. He still had some understanding of this fellow's strength in his heart. A middle-level 7 Stardo D. With such strength, there were hardly anyone in the western region who could be a match for him. Yet, he had actually ended up in such a state. This was really difficult to imagine. A short while later, that person appeared in front of Yi Luotian's eyes. The shock in Yi Luotian's heart grew even denser when he saw that there was only a soul fragment left in front of him. His body was nearly transparent, and it was difficult to capture his figure. Didn't this fellow go to capture Xiao Yin? How did he end up in such a state? Could it be Xiao Yin? Yi Luotian thought in shock in his heart. At the same time, he pretended to be concerned and asked the person in front of him, "How did you end up in such a state?" "It's Xiao Yin. That lunatic, his strength is far above mine. I have underestimated him." Buzz. Yi Luotian's heart was like a large rock had been thrown into a calm lake when he heard the words of the person in front of him. Immediately, a storm rose. He said that all of this was done by Xiao Yin. How is this possible? How could a 5-star Do D beat a 7-star Do D in such a state? However, Yi Luotian's agitated heart gradually calmed down when he recalled everything that had happened in the Shilin mountain range that day. That's right. Even a 5-star Do D from the 4 great clans were no match for Xiao Yin. His strength had already far surpassed any opponent of the same level. If anyone dared to treat him as the same as a 5-star Do D, that person would be seeking death. Quick, give me the spiritual essence in your storage ring. My physical body has been destroyed, and my spiritual essence has been seriously injured. Now, I need the spiritual essence in your hands to repair it. Quick! The figure could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly ordered Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian was expressionless when he heard this. His gaze swept up and down the nearly transparent fellow in front of him. A trace of ridicule surged into his shady old eyes. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog. Yi Luotian was not the least bit courteous. Yi Luotian recalled how imposing this fellow had been in front of him in the past. That arrogant and domineering demeanor of his was still fresh in Yi Luotian's mind. However, since the other party had ended up in such a state, Yi Luotian naturally did not want to save him. "Bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the spiritual essence. Otherwise, once I report this to the higher-ups, your withered leaf sect can forget about dominating the western region." That figure roared in rage. Yi Luotian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, a milky white ball of light about the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. He extended his hand forward and sent the ball of light to that figure. This was a ball of spiritual origin. That's more like it. The figure chuckled coldly. He extended his illusory hand and was about to receive the milky white light cluster. However, in the next instant, the spiritual essence in Yi Luotian's hand was suddenly sucked into his storage ring. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from Yi Luotian's palm. In an instant, the figure's illusory body was sucked into his palm. "You're about to die, and you still dare to order me around. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll borrow your strength to break through in one go." Yi Luotian coldly shouted. His hand suddenly clenched tightly as the illusory soul in his palm was sucked into his body and frantically refined. Chapter 841. One day later, after leaving Wuyu City, Xiao Yin continued to head west. He slowly flew forward aimlessly. Since he had already made an agreement with the people from the 4 large sects to meet outside of the Tianzhu ancient tomb 1 year later, Xiao Yin was no longer in a hurry. Just like what Dong Chuan and the others had said, Xiao Yin was unable to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb with just the Tianzhu steps. Instead of wasting his energy, Xiao Yin felt that it was better to explore the vast Western Wastelands region. Although the Western Wastelands region was located in a desolate area, its prosperity was not inferior to the Shilin region. Due to the environment, the people here seemed to be even stronger than the people in the Shilin region. This point could be seen just by looking at Wuyu City which was located on the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. Wuyu City was merely an outer city, yet there was a 4-star Dodi in the city. The Western Wastelands region was vast and boundless. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the strong people in the central region of the Western Wastelands region would be. According to Han Dong, the Alchemist Alliance existed within the Western Wastelands region. For such a large faction to choose a stronghold within the Western Wastelands region, one could imagine just how important the Western Wastelands region was to them. After traveling for an entire day, the vast desert in front of him caused Xiao Yin to feel somewhat helpless. At a glance, all he could see was a desolate land. There was not a single person within a 100-mile radius. Even the few tall mountains that he could see were barren. Sand and rocks rolled down, emitting clear, colliding sounds that reverberated across the horizon. This region could be described as a place where birds could not fly in 1,000 mountains and no traces of humans could be found. The barrenness of the Western Wastelands region was likely much more serious than Xiao Yan had imagined. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's heart was calm. Having spent most of his time outside, he had already gotten used to this kind of environment. Xiao Yan continued to head west until noon when a city appeared in the distance of his sight. However, Xiao Yan had no intention of stopping. He wanted to go to the place where the true powerhouses gathered. Only there would Xiao Yan be able to find a way to increase his strength. Xiao Yan did not stop. His body continued to fly high in the sky. His gaze looked down at the city below. Both of his eyes revealed an admiring expression. Although this city could not be compared with Wuyu City, it was still bustling in a manner that left one speechless. Moreover, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength probed and found that almost everyone in this city was a bandit. There were even 4 elite Dodi. Just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he detected a strange aura. Xiao Yan frowned. His body, which was originally swiftly leaping forward, came to a halt. His body paused in the sky as his eyes looked down. There were 3 elite Dodi confronting each other at a certain spot within an enormous mansion in the city below. 2 groups of people stood opposite each other in the courtyard. Both parties were in a hostile position. They emitted quite a strong aura and pressure from each other as they stood in the sky above the courtyard. Their gazes were filled with ill intent as they looked at each other. Wang Xiang, it is best that you do not go overboard. Even if you have stepped into the 5-star Dodi class, we will still have to see if you have such a big appetite if you want to swallow the Fong clan. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in front of a group of people with their backs facing the house in the courtyard. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at a golden-robed old man who was the leader of the group. His tone was extremely low as he spoke. Cuckoo, nephew Fong Chung, both our clans have existed together in this Healing City for many years. We can be considered family friends. Therefore, on account of this, the old me does not wish to attack you. The golden-robed old man smiled faintly when he heard Fong Cheng's words, after which he changed his tone and continued speaking. However, you should also know that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After all, 2 clans cannot exist in Healing City at the same time. Currently, my Wang clan has already shown signs of rising. Sooner or later, your Fong clan will no longer have a position in Healing City. On account of your father's face, the old me will give you 3 days. After 3 days, either your Fong clan moves or submit to my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan. At that time, all of you can also remain in Healing City. Otherwise, do not blame my Wang clan for not considering our old relationship. The expression on the face of the brocade-robed old man gradually became denser. At the same time, following the change in his expression, a powerful aura spread out from his body and pressed toward the people from the Fong clan. Even with Fong Cheng's character, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the powerful aura and pressure of this brocade-robed old man. With the strength of a 3-star Dodi, there was really no comparison when faced with the aura and pressure of a 5-star Dodi. Just as the expressions of the people from the Fong clan changed, a green-clothed old man beside Fong Chung suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind, and a powerful aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star D surged out from his body. It headed toward Wang Xiang's aura and pressure. Only by combining the aura and pressure of the people from the Fang clan behind him did he manage to block it. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Wang Xiang, your Wang clan is currently the largest clan in Holland City. The Fang clan is far from being comparable to the Wang clan. Since this is the case, why do you need to be so overbearing? The green-clothed old man slowly took 2 steps forward. Due to the pressure of the other party's aura above his head, each step he took appeared extremely heavy. 2 shallow footprints were left on the flat ground under his feet. One could imagine just what kind of frightening aura and pressure this green-clothed old man was currently resisting. Even though this was the case, the expression on the face of the green-clothed old man appeared quite determined. No matter what, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to the people from the Fang clan, much less allow the Fang clan to be removed from Healing City. Yuan Xing, on account that you are a 4-star D, I have already given you face a couple of times. You better not be ungrateful. This matter is between my Wang clan and the Fang clan. As an outsider, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, the old me will not care what faction you belong to. If you do not wish to invite trouble for yourself, it is best that you leave Healing City. The powerful aura and pressure once again soared after the words from the golden-robed old man's mouth sounded. In an instant, it forced the group of people on the other side to take a couple of steps back. Even Yuan Xing's old face involuntarily revealed a paleness at this moment. This Yuan Xing was the deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect, Yuan Xing, who had helped Xiao Yan when he had just arrived in the Yuanwu continent and had given the 9 transformation body art to Xiao Yan. Chapter 842. Brother Fang Cheng and I hit it off the moment we met. It is impossible for me to betray him for myself. Wang Xiang, if your Wang clan really wants to swallow the Fang clan, just come at me. With the 2 of us around, even if you can swallow us, we will definitely make you pay a bloody price. Yuan Xing let out a cold cry. His body, which had just been forced back, suddenly took a step forward. The dou qi in his body churned and swiftly surged out of his body. Relying on his own strength and the people behind him, he forcefully forced back Wang Xiang's aura. Wang Xiang involuntarily frowned when he heard Yuan Xing's words. The Fang clan had existed in Healing City for many years and had a deep foundation. How could his Wang clan not know about it? However, the relationship between the 2 clans had become increasingly bad during these years. Now, it had reached the stage where they could not tolerate each other. One of the Fang and Wang clans in Healing City was bound to decline. If it was not because of the person in front of him, it was likely that the Fang clan would have become a part of his Wang clan a couple of years ago. Although Yuan Xing had once again stepped forward to stop him, Wang Xiang was confident that he would be able to win since he had personally come to the Fang clan. 3 days. The Omi will give you 3 more days. If you are still unwilling to leave Healing City after 3 days, don't blame the old me for not showing mercy. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry, after which he turned around and led everyone from his clan as they swaggered toward the path they had come from. After the person in front of him left, Yuan Xing, who was in the courtyard, took a couple of steps back with a pale face. Only with the support of Fang Cheng did he stand up straight. Brother Yuan Xing, are you all right? Fang Cheng's face carried worry as he looked at Yuan Xing in front of him. His face revealed a deep apology. If it was not because of his Fang clan, Yuan Xing would not have ended up in such a state. I'm fine. I was just intimidated by that fellow's aura. I will be fine after some rest. Yuan Xing bitterly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. His heart was incomparably anxious. His chances of victory against a 5-star D were still too low. Although Fang Cheng by his side was also a 3-star D, the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Jinyu, was also a 3-star D. If the 2 clans were to be compared, the Wang clan was clearly stronger than the Fang clan. Once the 2 sides fought, the entire battle would tilt in favor of the Wang clan. As for the Fang clan, they would probably die in battle in Healing City. Sai, 3 days, 3 days. Is the Wang clan so intolerant of our Fong clan? In the courtyard, the scorching sun was above Fong Cheng's head. The ardent sunlight sprinkled upon his face, yet it didn't allow him to feel the slightest bit of scorching heat. On the contrary, there was a stretch of gloomy coldness in his heart. Will Brother Fong Chung leave Healing City? Yuan Qing panted slightly as he stared at Fong Chung. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Fong Chung slowly shook his head. His tone was firm as he said in a deep voice. In a firm voice, he said, Healing City is the foundation of the Fong clan. My ancestors worked hard here for hundreds of years. No matter what, the Fong clan's roots won't be broken here. Hearing this, Yuan Qing firmly nodded his head. His tone carried a hint of decisiveness as he said, That's right. Since that's the case, then let me accompany Brother Fong Chung to guard this place. Even if we die, we must make the Wang clan regret their actions that day. At this point, Fong Chung nodded his head heavily. His eyes stared at Yuan Qing in front of him, and just as he was about to speak, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. Immediately after, the two of them suddenly raised their heads, and their gazes simultaneously looked towards the sky above. There, a figure was rapidly approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack. In an instant, the two thought of this word at the same time. Immediately after, the two people's gazes rapidly met for an instant. Then, their figures suddenly flashed and swept into the sky. They circled and attacked the figure in a pincer attack. Palm of distraction. Wutong seal. The two of them, one palm and one seal, violently attacked the black-robed human figure whose face could not be clearly seen. The current situation of the Fong clan cannot withstand any blow. Today, regardless of who the other party is, they must not be allowed to behave atrociously in the Fong clan. Faced with the sudden attack of these two people, the face of the human figure under the black robe involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, without any explanation, he rotated his wrists. Surging dough cheese spluttered out from his palms. With a palm on his left and right, he forcefully received the attacks of the two people in front of him. Bang! Following a low and deep thump sound, the dough chi that Yuan Qing and Fong Chung had displayed appeared to have struck soft cotton. It deeply sunk in, but did not bring about the slightest unusual ripple. What? Sensing that their dough chi had been so easily resolved by the person in front of them, a storm was lifted in their hearts. To be able to so easily resolve the dough chi of two elite dough D, the strength of this person was likely at least that of a 5-star dough D. This person was actually another elite 5-star dough D. Fong Cheng's heart suddenly sunk when he thought of this. Could it be that the heavens wanted their Fong clan to be destroyed? The one who had the same feeling as Fong Chung was naturally Yuan Qing. He did not expect that the person who had come would actually be a 5-star dough D. Once this person joined hands with the Wang clan, they would not even have the opportunity to resist. However, just as the hearts of the two of them were feeling shocked, a young face under the black robe revealed a helpless, bitter smile. Xiaoyan also did not expect that he would actually meet Yuan Qing in this place. The thing that had just caused him to be shocked was that the latter's strength had actually reached the level of a 4-star dough D. It was even similar to him, who had relied on the heavenly flame to raise his current cultivation. It should be known that Yuan Qing back then was merely a 3-star band D. Of course, now was not the time to reminisce about the past. He needed to first resolve these two people who had misunderstood him. Soon after, Xiaoyan's hand relaxed when the two people around him recovered, after which he suddenly grabbed the wrists of the two people. Immediately, a frightening force poured out. Both of his hands were waved in unison, sending the two of them back to the courtyard below. Taking advantage of the shock in the hearts of the two of them, Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction steps and arrived in front of Yuan Qing. At the same time, a somewhat mocking laughter was emitted. "Cuckoo, old brother Yuan Qing, it has been many years since we last met. You can't possibly go so far as to welcome me the moment we meet, right?" The two people in front of him swiftly recovered after Xiao Yan's faint laughter sounded. Feng Cheng's heart was greatly shocked. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out. His gaze was grave as he stared at Xiao Yan. On the other hand, Yuan Qing by the side was startled the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. He raised his gaze, and a pair of wise eyes instantly paused on Xiao Yan's body. When he saw the handsome and familiar face of the latter, his entire person instantly became like a statue and stood still on the spot. The expression on his old face also stiffened. It was a long while later when Feng Cheng by the side was preparing to join forces with the members of the clan to launch an attack on Xiao Yan. Only then did the expression on Yuan Qing's old face transform into an excited one. His body involuntarily trembled, and his face revealed a wild joy. He took a large step forward in front of the stunned gazes of everyone behind him. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it has been a long time since we last met." Chapter 843. After forcing back the 5-star dou di with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The dou qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the muscles on the old face of the 5-star dou di, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved, and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart grew even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled, and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to this extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star dou di. Relying on his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted, after which he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Feng clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded heavily. His body flashed, and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star dou di beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star dou di. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star dou di of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi was only doing this because he wanted to show off before him. His goal was merely to obtain the medicinal pellets in his hands. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From a moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Feng clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the dreams of those who stood opposite him, which appeared to be easily realized. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be trying to avoid the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who could have imagined that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also shock him? At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was escape. Escape from this place. Escape from everything that had anything to do with Xiaoyan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiaoyan to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiaoyan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiaoyan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, with Yuan Qing's appearance, Xiaoyan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiaoyan and Yuan Qing could not be considered to be close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiaoyan more than once. Many times, Xiaoyan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Now, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiaoyan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan acted. No matter what, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jinggu, Wang Jinyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Cheng had expected. If Xiaoyan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiaoyan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait! It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiaoyan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together. Let's end this quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? When these words of Xiaoyan were spoken, everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiaoyan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone? How is that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiaoyan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it, what a frightening speed. Wang Xiang's heart was greatly alarmed. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiaoyan's incoming fist. Just as Xiaoyan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 844. In the hall, Fong Chung and Yuan Qing looked at Xiao Yin with astonished expressions. Their gazes swept back and forth between Xiao Yin and Fong Ruyan. The two immediately understood in their hearts that the expert Fong Ruyan spoke of was the Xiao Yin in front of them. It had to be said that the word fate was truly hard to understand. A day ago, Xiao Yin had inadvertently saved Fong Ruyan. Who would have thought that he would meet Yuan Qing the next day? Most importantly, there was actually a subtle connection between the two of them. Why are you in my house? Fong Ruyan's pretty face also revealed an astonished expression. She also did not expect that Xiao Yin, who had directly rejected her invitation the day before, would actually take the initiative to appear in her house the next day. This was simply too comical. Cough, cough, that's a long story. Coughing dryly, Xiao Yin helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said. On the side, Fong Chung and Yuan Qing looked at each other. The two of them could not help but burst into laughter. Soon after, Fong Chung hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yin and said with a sincere tone, I'm Fong Chung. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yin, for saving my daughter Ruyan. Even Yuan Qing, who was on the side, also cupped his hands to Xiao Yin once again. He and Fong Chung were bosom buddies. He also treated Fong Ruyan as his own. The matters of the Fong family had long been regarded as his own matters. Since Xiao Yin had saved Fong Ruyan, it was equivalent to giving him a great favor once again. You two are too polite. My actions yesterday were only in passing. Moreover, Brother Yuan Qing and I are old acquaintances and friends. You two keep doing this to me, which makes me feel somewhat distant. Haha, since Mr. Xiao Yin has said so, then we won't be polite. Ha! Ha ha! Fong Chung laughed out loud. Xiao Yin also laughed out loud with the other two. Immediately, the three of them gradually withdrew their smiles. The expressions on their faces once again recovered a solemn expression. Fong Cheng's gaze looked toward Xiao Yin and said, Brother Xiao Yin, 3 days later, our Fong family and the Wang family will completely break off relations. At that time, there will definitely be a bloody battle. The previous head of the Wang family, Wang Xiang, has already stepped into the realm of a 5-star Dodi. His strength is no small matter. Therefore, I hope that we can invite you to help our Fong family get through this difficult time. When these words were spoken, Yuan Qing by the side also nodded his head. He faced Xiao and said, Brother Xiao Yin, we know that you are also a 5-star Dodi. However, the battle 3 days later will not be ordinary. I also hope that we can invite you to help us. Of course, we don't necessarily need you to kill Wang Xiang. As long as you can help us delay him, we will come and help you once we have finished off the other members of the Wang family. That's right. Although that Jin Ji's strength is not weak, he is extremely cowardly. He is a classic example of someone who eats the soft but fears the strong. As long as Mr. Xiao Yin helps us at that time and pushes him back, the Wang family will be easy for us to capture. The two of them echoed each other as they spoke. The way they addressed Xiao Yin immediately pulled the distance between them and him closer. After these words fell, Xiao Yin did not have any reason to reject them. However, they did not seem to have much confidence in Xiao Yin's strength. They only wanted Xiao Yin to do his best to delay Wang Xiang. However, they did not think that Xiao Yin had the ability to defeat Wang Xiang. Of course, if two strong people of the same level were placed together, there might not be any difference between them if they were of the same age. However, if there was a difference in age, there would be a difference in their fighting strength. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiang was older. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Therefore, the two people in front of him believed that in a real battle, Wang Xiang might be stronger than Xiao Yin. This was why they wanted the latter to do his best to delay him and not defeat him. However, this person had clearly underestimated Xiao Yin's strength. Even a 7-star Dodi had nearly died in his hands. How big of a wave could a 5-star Dodi cause? Xiao Yin smiled in a non-committal manner in response to this. When Fong Ruyan saw the smile on the latter's face, a feeling of doubt suddenly surged into the young lady's heart. For some reason, she felt that Xiao Yin's chances of victory might be higher when faced with Wang Xiang. The young lady's heart was also stunned by the thought that suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. As she thought about it, a bright red color involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. Taking advantage of the fact that the three people in front of her were still happily chatting, she hurriedly left the hall. Night. The stars in the sky were bright. The bright silver moon was like a silver plate that emitted a bright light in the night sky. The moonlight was like snowflakes that spread over the land, illuminating the city below as if it was daytime. Healing City, within the Wang clan. The clan head, Wang Jinyu, and his father, who was the previous clan head, Wang Xiang, were standing in the meeting hall. A cold smile appeared on the gloomy old face of the golden-robed elder. He was looking forward to the final battle with the Fang clan in 3 days. Based on his understanding of the Fang clan would rather die than leave Healing City. Therefore, he had already prepared for the final battle with them in 3 days' time. This battle would determine who would be the overlord of Healing City in the future, who would rule this city, and his Wang clan would definitely become the overlord of this city. The Fang clan would also definitely become history. Father, according to the time, that lord should arrive on the morning of the 3rd day. Behind Wang Xiang, Wang Jinyu's tone was respectful as he spoke. Although Wang Jinyu was now the clan head of the clan, the actual power was in the hands of his father in front of him. Every action of the clan was decided by him. All right. That lord's time is limited. It's best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Just in case, call Jingu over as well. Wang Xiang appeared to have a card up his sleeve. It was as though he had already seen the end of the Fang clan. Hearing this, Wang Jinyu involuntarily frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said with some hesitation, "Father, didn't that lord say that he would bring a 5-star OD? If he were to act, why would we need Jingu to come over? He would only come to pick up money. What do you know?" Wang Xiang reprimanded and coldly snorted. Although Jingu is greedy for money, he is not a fool. As long as he sees that we can invite that lord and a 5-star OD, he will know the foundation of our Wang clan. With this matter as a deterrent, let's see if he dares to play any tricks with us in the future. Hearing these words, Wang Jinyu panicked. Only then did he repeatedly flatter and agree. Immediately, Wang Xiang gave a few more instructions. Only after he confirmed that everything was correct did he leave the hall with a smile on his face. After that, Wang Jinyu's face became gloomy. He cursed in his heart and quickly left the hall. Chapter 845. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day of the Wang clan's expectations finally arrived amidst the tense atmosphere in Healing City. Early in the morning, the gauze-like morning light spread over the land. However, Healing City was already extremely lively. Within a short 3 days, quite a number of experts had gathered here. Other than the original population of the city, there were even quite a number of elite Dodi who had gathered. This group of people came for the decisive battle between the Fang clan and the Wang clan today. As for this news, it was naturally spread by the Wang clan themselves. Their goal was to let more people see how powerful the Wang clan was. This way, they could intimidate everyone and stabilize the clan. From a certain perspective, it could also bring certain benefits to the Wang clan. The Wang clan's plan was not only aimed at the Fang clan. It also included Wuyu City and many of the surrounding cities. On the surface, it appeared to be a declaration of war against the Fang clan. However, it was actually a warning to these factions. Old Master Wang Xiang and clan head Wang Jinyu stood in front of the main door of the Wang clan mansion. Behind them was a group of strong people from the Wang clan. Just the number of high-class half-emperors numbered over 10. There were even 2 1-star Dodi. Looking at their clothes, they did not appear to be members of the Wang clan. It seemed that they were invited by the Wang clan. Other than clan head Wang Jinyu and old Master Wang Xiang, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe. This person was Jingu, whom Xiaoyan had met in Wuyu City a few days ago. 5 elite Dodi and over 10 high-class half-emperors. This kind of lineup was sufficient to suppress the Fang clan a few days ago. Of course, this was only a few days ago. Haha, it is unexpected that old Master Wang has actually invited the Su brothers. Looks like old Master Wang is determined to win the battle with the Fang clan today. Jinga narrowed his eyes. His gaze glanced at the two one-star Do D standing behind him. His face was all smiles as he looked at Wang Xiang in front of him and spoke with a fake smile. Ha ha. 3 days ago, the old me told him to get lost from Healing City. However, that was merely the old me trying to stall for time. The old me knows that the Fong clan will definitely not leave Healing City, even if they die. Therefore, during these 3 days, the old me has also invited a great person other than the Su brothers. A smile was lifted on Wang Xiang's face. His gaze focused on the western sky. If he was right, that person should have arrived. Oh! Hearing Wang Xiang's words, Jinga couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. For Wang Xiang to call this person Lord, this person's background was probably not ordinary. Just as Jinga was feeling puzzled, 2 auras came faintly from the sky to the west of Healing City. Sensing the 2 auras, Jingu immediately frowned, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The owner of one of the 2 auras was merely an 8-star bandit. The other person's aura was so strong that it was not inferior to even Wang Xiang by his side. It was not difficult to guess that the second person was surprisingly another 5-star Do D. Hiss! Jingu involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he sensed this. Another 5-star Do D. In this way, just the Wang clan side alone had 2 5-star Do D. This kind of lineup was quite strong even when placed in the western region. It was difficult to imagine that Wang Xiang had actually set up such a lineup for the Fong clan. Of course, in comparison, Wang Xiang was naturally aware in his heart that although that 5-star Do D would follow them, the chances of him intervening were almost negligible. The other party's aim was only to protect that 8-star bandit. It could be said that it had nothing to do with their Wang clan. Old man, this is the first time this junior has seen something like this. Jingu involuntarily exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This caused the smile on Wang Xiang's old face to become even denser. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to let everyone in the city understand that their Wang clan was able to invite a 5-star Do D. This was enough to awe everyone. As expected, the large city swiftly became noisy the moment the 2 auras appeared within the territory of Healing City. Numerous discussions that were filled with surprise reverberated in the sky above the city. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. Finally, the 2 human figures rushed over the sky above Healing City in front of a countless number of gazes, after which they landed at the location of the Wang clan. At the same time, within the meeting hall of the Fong clan's mansion, the faces of the current clan head, Fong Cheng, Yuan Qing, and the elders of the clan revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, a deep horror wildly surged out from the bottom of their hearts. What happened? 2 more people have come. Moreover, one of them is actually a 5-star Do D. Doesn't this mean that the Wang clan now has 2 5-star Do D? In that case, won't today's big battle? Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. No matter what, they did not expect that the Wang clan would be able to invite such a person. A 5-star Do D had already caused them to feel great pressure. Now that another one had come, it was enough for the Wang clan to completely crush them. Clan head, what should we do now? There is no way out. All we need to do is wait for the people from the Wang clan to come and kill us. Then, our Fong clan will be finished. If there is really no other choice, let's move the entire clan. Healing City is indeed our foundation, but we cannot destroy our entire clan because of this. Clan head, if there is really no other choice, we should let the younger generation of the clan think of a way to leave Healing City. It is fine if us old fellows die, but they are after all the hope of our Fong clan. We must not let anything happen to them. The addition of another 5-star Do D to the Wang clan could be said to be a destructive blow to the Fong clan. In an instant, the thread of hope that had just risen in the Fong clan because of Xiao Yan's appearance was shattered just like that. They did not think that just relying on Xiao Yan, a 5-star Do D, would be able to help their Fong clan escape this calamity. Therefore, no matter what happened to them, the most important thing now was to think of a way to allow the younger generation of the clan to continue living. Hearing the heavy words of the few clan elders, Fong Cheng, who was the clan head, also had a gloomy expression. His heart was close to despair. Could it be that they could only flee Healan City like a stray dog? But what could they do? If they continued to delay like this, it was likely that they would not even have their last chance. Fong Chung sighed deeply. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, the clan was the most important thing. He could not just hand over the entire clan because of some emotions. Don't tell me that the Fong clan will be destroyed by my hands just like this. Fong Chung involuntarily felt sorrow from within his heart when he thought of this. However, just as he was about to stand up and announce something, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly stepped into the hall with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Clan head Fong, you can be rest assured. I will personally take care of those few elite Do Di from the Wong clan. You all only need to finish off those elite Do Di. The calm voice did not contain the slightest ripple. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone present, it immediately stirred up a storm in their hearts. Numerous gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Chapter 846. Mr. Xiao Yan, we also know that you're a 5-star Do Di. However, this matter concerns the life and death of our Fong clan. We cannot allow Mr. Xiao Yan to joke about it. Hearing Xiao Yan's extremely arrogant words, the few clan elders in the hall involuntarily frowned. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately looked at Xiao Yan with somewhat gloomy expressions as they spoke in a deep voice. Although the person in front of them was indeed a 5-star Do Di, he was still young. How strong could he be? It was likely that he would find it extremely strenuous to face Wang Xiang alone. Now, he actually dared to say such arrogant words. Wasn't he overestimating himself? First Elder, Mr. Xiao Yan is the current sinecure of our Fong clan. As the First Elder, don't tell me that you can't even distinguish his status? Although Fong Chung did not dare to easily believe Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan had already agreed to become the sinecure of their Fong clan a day ago. Moreover, he had promised that he would fight for the Fong clan. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, the words of their First Elder were a little overboard. Fong Cheng's words caused the First Elder's expression to immediately change. Only then did he hurriedly stand up and cup his hands together in apology to Xiao Yan, who had already walked to the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the latter waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. This cannot be blamed on them. After all, the rules of the Yuanwu continent were like this. Normally speaking, a 5-star Do Di would definitely not be able to fight 2 5-star Do Di at the same time without being defeated. These elders of the Fong clan were merely using common sense to make inferences. However, how could Xiao Yan's strength be deduced using common sense? May I know what Mr. Xiao Yan said earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Fong Chung probed and asked, Fong clan head, you can be rest assured. When the time comes, you can leave those few Do Di experts of the Wong clan to me. You only need to worry about dealing with the other people of the Fong clan. Xiao Yan smiled. A confident smile was lifted on his face. This scene was seen by Fong Chung and Yuan Qing, causing the two of them to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. They felt even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that Xiao Yan really had that kind of strength? May I know how confident Mr. Xiao Yan is? 100%. This time around, the last word had just been spat out from Fong Cheng's mouth when Xiao Yan calmly replied with a smile. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces also revealed an expression of disbelief. From what they currently knew of the Wong clan, the other party had 4 elite Do Di. 2 of them were 5-star Do Di, 1 was a 4-star Do Di, and 1 was a 3-star Do Di. This kind of lineup already possessed an advantage just in terms of the number of elite Do Di. Logically speaking, the Fong clan had no chance of victory. In that case, Fong Chung will completely depend on Mr. Xiao Yan. After musing for a moment, Fong Chung finally clenched his teeth and solemnly opened his mouth. Currently, the Fong clan situation was on the brink of crisis. It was already too late for them to make more plans in many aspects. Right now, they could only stake everything on a single throw. Perhaps they still had a sliver of hope. This could be said to be a huge gamble, and the wager was their entire clan. Success or failure concerned the fate of their Fong clan. Xiao Yin smiled and nodded when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone present. Immediately, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. He lifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Wong clan. He did not expect that he would actually meet that fellow once again in Healing City. He had let him off the last 2 times. This time around, however, Xiao Yin would no longer have such a magnanimous heart. Seeing Xiao Yin leave, the few elders of the Fong clan in the hall finally turned their gazes toward Fong Cheng, who was seated in the leader's seat. Clan leader, are you really going to place all your hopes on him? Mr. Xiao Yin is indeed a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the survival of our Fong clan. We cannot easily believe the words of an outsider, right? Fong Shang, who are you calling an outsider? Yuan Xing beside Fong Cheng frowned and cried out in a deep voice when the first elder's words were uttered. Sir Yuan Xing, please don't misunderstand. It is not that we don't believe you. However, the Xiao Yin, enough. Before the first elder could finish speaking, Fong Cheng's face was filled with anger as he heavily slapped the armrest. His body stood up and he cried out in a low voice, Fong Shang, you better remember that Mr. Xiao Yin is currently a consecrator of our Fong clan. His strength is sufficient for us to believe every word he says. If you really think that Mr. Xiao Yin is unable to defeat 2 5-star OD, why don't you go? Fong Shang was greatly shocked. How could he be a match for a 5-star OD with his cultivation of a 9-star half-emperor? You don't even have that ability, yet you are vainly trying to doubt others. Fong Shang, you need to understand that it is not Mr. Xiao Yin who is begging to help us. Instead, we are the ones begging him. If he is unwilling, he can turn around and leave. If you still dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Xiao Yin, don't blame me for removing your position as the first elder. Fong Shang knows his mistake. Fong Shang was after all the head of a clan. His words were awe-inspiring, causing everyone in the hall to tremble in fear. After Fong Shang heard Fong Shang's words, he immediately understood and hurriedly apologized to Fong Cheng. The one you should apologize to is not me, but Mr. Xiao Yin. With this admonishment, Fong Shang's standing body was unable to sit down again. Dozens of powerful auras immediately appeared in the sky above the Fong clan's mansion. The powerful auras and pressure were like meteorites descending from Mount Tai, pressuring everyone in the Fong clan. The entire Fong clan was on full alert at this moment. Everyone tensed their bodies. The Doqi in their bodies crazily surged out of their bodies. They used the strength of the entire clan to resist the aura and pressure in the sky. Fong Cheng, the 3-day deadline is up. Since your Fong clan is still unwilling to leave Healing City, do you plan to merge with my Wong clan and become a branch of my Wong clan? Wang Xiang's loud laughter that was filled with ridicule spread across the sky like thunder. The upper echelon of the Fong clan hurriedly walked out of the meeting hall. They raised their heads and looked at the group of people in the sky. This was especially the case when Fong Shang's gaze once again saw the few people around Wang Xiang. The expression on his face immediately became incomparably solemn. It seemed that the situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Other than these 4 elite Dodi, there were 2 other 1-star Dodi behind Wang Xiang. The thing that caused Fong Shang and Yuan Xing to feel the most astonished was that the person standing beside Wang Xiang was not the 5-star Dodi. Instead, it was the 8-star Dodi who had come with him. As for that person, he was standing beside Wang Xiang. The 2 of them stood on the left and right. Clearly, they treated this 8-star Dodi as the center. The identity of this 8-star Dodi was likely not ordinary. He is merely a small 4-star Dodi. Wang Xiang, you actually invited me over. Don't tell me that you are afraid of them with your strength. At this moment, the 8-star Dodi beside Wang Xiang had also probed the cultivation of everyone in the courtyard below. After discovering that the strongest person was merely a 4-star Dodi, Yuan Xing, his shady old face involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Cuckoo, Sir Su, I'm only doing this as a precaution. The Fong clan has been in Healan City for so many years and has always been a thorn in our Wong clan's heart. Now that we can finally resolve it, how would I dare to be careless? The reason why I have troubled you is because I hope that I can borrow your reputation to intimidate them and get them to take the initiative to give up resisting and join our Wong clan. This is naturally the best. Mphumph. You have invited me just to intimidate the Fong clan? I'm afraid that it is far from just this. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed old man, who was addressed as Sir Su, laughed mockingly. His gaze swept over Jinga behind him, after which it swept over those elite Do-Di in the empty space within the city. His heart had roughly guessed Wang Xiang's plan. Ugh, cuckoo, we have a tacit understanding. Good, what a good tacit understanding. However, seeing that you have taken out something, I will help you this once. Sir Su coldly laughed. Wang Xiang curled his lips repeatedly in his heart. If the person in front of him was not seeking benefits, why would he help them? This kind of person relied on his little ability to gather wealth from all over the place. Blinded by greed, he would sooner or later die from his greed. While these few people in the sky were conversing with each other, the black-robed Xiao Yin in the Fong clan's mansion below was coldly smiling as he looked at the two five-star Do-Di in the sky and Sir Su, who were hugging each other. This Sir Su that Wang Xiang had mentioned was actually the new rank 3 alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance who had been defeated by Xiao Yin twice, Su Songming. Chapter 847. High in the sky above Healan City, the two groups of people stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the sky and the ground appeared especially heavy, especially for the members of the Fong clan. They saw that the other side was approaching in a ferocious manner. The number of experts they had was over 10 times more than their Fong clan. Their number of elite Do-Di could be said to be overwhelming. From the looks of it, the Fong clan would undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle. Ugh, how unfortunate. The Fong clan has stood in Healan City for so many years. It is unexpected that they are unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up by the Wong clan. Isn't that so? Ever since the ancestor of the Wong clan broke through to the 5-star Do-Di class, the Wong clan has been recruiting experts from all over the place. Their goal is for today. This time around, the Fong clan can only lower their heads. Seeing this scene in the sky, the people in the city below could not help but sigh. Their words were filled with desolation. After all, the Wong clan had come in a ferocious manner and was not something that the Fong clan could compare with. No matter how one looked at it, the Fong clan today would have difficulty escaping this calamity. High in the sky, Fong Cheng's face was solemn as he faced Wang Xiang's group. Perspiration repeatedly dripped from his forehead. Even his hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. This indicated the seriousness in his heart at this moment. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Fong Cheng to feel even more worried in his heart was that the Fong clan's final support, Xiao Yin, had yet to show himself even until now. Could it be that he had fled before the battle? The few elders who were on holiday could not help but think of this in their hearts. At the same time, the fear in their hearts grew. If this was the case, would it not mean that Xiao Yin had openly sold them out? In this way, not only would the Fong clan not be rescued, it was likely that not a single person would be able to survive. This Xiao Yin. Immediately, everyone from the Fong clan involuntarily cursed in their hearts. Only Fong Cheng and Yuan Qing, who were at the front of the group, were anxiously waiting for Xiao Yin to appear. They believed that Xiao Yin was definitely not the kind of person who would flee in the face of a battle. Since he dared to say those words, he would definitely be responsible for their Fong clan until the end. As expected, just as the members of the Fong clan were furiously cursing Xiao Yin in their hearts, the space in front of Fong Cheng suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the black-robed Xiao Yin slowly appeared. Facing the members of the Fong clan, the corners of his mouth curled into a soft smile. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. Those who made contact with his gaze could not help but shrink their necks as an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the faces of everyone from the Wong clan behind Xiao Yin involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression when they saw this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared. This was especially the case for the few elite Dodi in front and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. When they looked at this black-robed person in front of them, their eyes involuntarily revealed a grave expression. By being able to use such a strange agility to appear in front of them, this already proved that this black-robed person in front of them was clearly also an elite Dodi. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person was clearly not here to help them. Since this was the case, this black-robed person should be a member of the Fong clan. May I know who you are? The matter today is a matter between the Wang clan and the Fong clan of our Healan city. I hope that you will not intervene. Wang Xiang revealed a solemn expression as he looked at the black-robed person in front of him. He politely cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. Although he was a 5-star Dodi, the body of the person in front of him seemed to be covered by a layer of something. His perception was unable to approach this black-robed person even a little, much less probe his strength. Faced with such a person, even Wang Xiang was unwilling to easily offend him. It would undoubtedly be best if he could persuade him to withdraw. However, this black-robed person acted as though he did not hear Wang Xiang's words. He did not even turn his body, which had his back facing them, even a little. This involuntarily caused Wang Xiang's heart to be quietly furious. He was a 5-star Dodi. When had he ever been ignored in this manner? Beside him, Su Songming knit his brows tightly. A pair of dark old eyes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person in front of him. This person's back gave him a feeling of déjà vu. At the same time, there was a faint uneasiness rising from the bottom of his heart. Just who was this person? Su Songming's heart was filled with doubt. As the doubts in his heart churned, his emotions also became anxious. Even the breathing from his nose had become a little hurried. Finally, just as Su Songming's eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yin, the latter appeared to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the solemn gazes of the members of the Wang clan behind him, revealing a handsome face under the black robe. Under the sunlight, Xiao Yin pulled down the black robe that covered his head and welcomed the baptism of the sunlight. At the same time, a pair of deep black eyes, which were like a serene pool, looked at Su Songming. The smile on his face gradually became mocking. Grandmaster Su, we have not seen each other for many years since we parted at Xian City. I trust that you have been well since we last met. Buzz. The instant Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Su Songming's body suddenly shook. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The shock and fear in his heart erupted like a volcano from the bottom of his heart. His face was dumbfounded. His pair of eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. This perfectly displayed the disbelief in his heart. No matter what, he did not expect that the person in front of him was still alive. How could he still be alive when he was surrounded by 2 great clans? You, why are you still alive? Is that so? Xiao Yin laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Grandmaster Su, who is he? Seeing Su Songming's expression, the 2 people at the side could not help but frown. With the latter's status, it was too comical for him to show such an expression to a young man. Go, quickly leave this place. Su Songming, on the other hand, could not be bothered about anything else. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's terror twice, he had long since left behind an impression of fear that could not be erased in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Xiao Yan had already been bound by the encirclement of the 2 large clans. However, from the looks of it, not only was Xiao Yan safe and sound, it appeared that even his cultivation had risen to another level. Grandmaster Su, why are you so nervous? We have 6 elite Dodi here. Even if this brat's strength is extraordinary, how can he be a match for a Dodi? At the very most, I can ask the Su brothers to finish him off. This can be considered to have removed a great worry for Grandmaster. Wang Xiang was unconcerned about the fear in Su Songming's heart. He smiled righteously and ordered the Su brothers behind him to step forward. However, Su Songming's face was distorted as he coldly snorted. He turned his head to face Wang Xiang and cried out in a deep voice, "Shut up, Wang Xiang! You idiot! With him around, why didn't you say so earlier? Today? No. In the future, the matters between your Wang clan and the Fong clan should be settled by yourselves. Just treat it as though I have never been here today." Su Songming cried out in a deep voice. His gaze dodged and swiftly swept over Xiaoyan's body, after which he turned around and left with the 5-star Do Di beside him. At the same time, the faces of the people from the Wang clan involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They had never expected that this so-called grandmaster would actually be such a cowardly person. He was merely a young man. What was there to be afraid of? Swoosh! Just as Su Songming had just turned around, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Cuckoo! Since you have already come, don't leave." Xiaoyan's heart moved as he smiled. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 5-star Do Di swept out with a bang. It was like an invisible storm that violently pressured the two people in front of him. Chapter 848. Xiaoyan's figure stood proudly in the sky above Healan City. A frightening aura and pressure surged out without any restraint. It was just like a flash flood as it violently pressed toward the two people in front of him. The 5-star Do Di's aura and pressure that was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's body caused all the elite Do Di present to be greatly shocked. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man in front of them was actually an elite Do Di? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he was actually a 5-star Do Di. He is actually a 5-star Do Di. At this moment, even Wang Xiang's old eyes could not help but be filled with shock and despair. He had spent his entire life and was already half a foot into the ground. Only then was he lucky enough to break through to a 5-star Do Di. However, looking at this black-robed, young man's young appearance, who would think that he was an elite Do Di under the precondition that he did not reveal any aura? Who would have thought that he was actually a 5-star Do Di? This was really unbelievable. However, with the great change in the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The most important thing now was to finish off Xiaoyan. As for the members of the Fong clan, even if he did not intervene, there was Wang Jinyu, Jin Gu, and the Su brothers. With these people, he believed that it was sufficient to finish off the members of the Fong clan. Bang! A powerful aura carried an incomparable force as it violently pressed toward the two of them. The 5-star Do Di beside Su Songming also suddenly stepped forward while his expression changed. Immediately, a powerful aura that belonged to an initial 5-star Do Di suddenly swept out. In an instant, it actually blocked Xiao Yan's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, within a short instant, Xiao Yan's aura and pressure easily forced back the 5-star Do Di in a destructive manner. Soon after, it forced back Wang Xiang and the group of people from the Wang clan who had charged forward, as well as the people from the Wang clan behind him. Wah! The appearance of this scene immediately stirred a great commotion in the city below. Countless number of experts revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Discussions quickly spread across the sky. The expressions of the members of the Wang clan in the sky suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that this mysterious black-robed man would actually be able to rely on his own strength to force back the entire clan. Even Wang Xiang, a 5-star Do Di, had been forced back by him. Just who was this person? Only at this moment did the members of the Fong clan believe what Xiaoyan had said earlier. They were reassured to hand the few elite Do Di to him. All they needed to do was to deal with the group of Bandi from the Wang clan. When they heard Xiaoyan say these words back then, the hearts of the elders of the Fong clan were still filled with doubt. No one dared to believe it. Only at this moment did the elders of the Fong clan understand that Xiaoyan's strength had far exceeded their imagination. From the aura and pressure that Xiaoyan had displayed, it was really difficult for them to imagine that he was only a 5-star Do Di. Xiaoyan, I will take the initiative to withdraw from today's matter. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Can you just treat it as though you have never seen me? Actually, nothing has happened between us. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Those fellows have already been punished. You are a magnanimous person. Just write it all off. Write it all off. I beg you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. All right. Facing Xiao Yan, Su Songming was unable to summon any courage. The person in front of him was like the bright moon in the night sky, emitting an incomparable brilliance. On the other hand, he was merely the farthest star. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? This was Su Songming's current evaluation of himself. Compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. Many years ago, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star bandit. At that time, he was already able to kill a 3-star Dodi. Now his cultivation was even greater than before. Who in the same class could be a match for him? Although there was a 5-star Dodi beside him, Su Songming did not believe that this fellow would be able to block Xiao Yan with his strength. It was likely that only by adding him and Wang Xiang together would they be able to block Xiao Yan for a moment. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Songming. Even though he was a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming did not detect the latter's agility at all. At that moment, Su Songming felt a great fear in his heart. His entire body uncontrollably froze on the spot as it trembled intensely. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. His eyes were scarlet red, and a terrified expression surfaced on his face. The person in front of him had long become a nightmare in his heart. The misunderstanding that you spoke of is only because you don't have the ability to kill me. If the situation was reversed, do you think that you would let me off? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. With a flip of his palm ruthlessly landed on Su Songming's head. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to live in the depths of Su Songming's heart far surpassed the fear in his heart. While he hurriedly responded, his mouth also let out a terrified cry. Teacher Yuan, save me. With a loud cry, the 5-star Dodi, who had been forced back by Xiao Yan's imposing aura, also fiercely clenched his teeth. His body moved, and his expression was serious as he charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. In a few flashes, this 5-star Dodi had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. One of his hands faced Xiao Yan's palm head-on, while the other hand grabbed Su Songming, intending to pull him away. However, in the face of this 5-star Dodi's attack, Xiao Yan let out an indifferent cold snort. With a thought, the strength in his palm immediately became a little more tyrannical. Soon after, it heavily collided with the palm of the 5-star Dodi. With a jerk of his arm, a powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiao Yan's palm. A huge force poured out. The powerful force had an unstoppable momentum and instantly broke the Do skill that the 5-star Dodi had used. After that, the remaining force was still incomparably powerful. His palm was pushed forward heavily. Together with the back of the 5-star Dodi's palm, it heavily landed on half of Su Songming's face. Bang! With just one palm, Xiao Yan once again forced the 5-star Dodi in front of him back. Even Su Songming's body flew back uncontrollably. Although the injury was not fatal, half of his face rapidly swelled up. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. At this moment, Wang Xiang's heart was also filled with shock and anger. How could he have expected that Su Songming, who usually acted high and mighty, would actually be so afraid when he saw this black-robed man? It was really shameless. Moreover, this black-robed man's strength was actually far above his. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Xiang admitted that he would definitely not be a match for this black-robed man. This point could be seen just by looking at Yuan Shi. He had originally thought that it would be a show of torture. Who would have thought that it would actually turn out like this? All of this was caused by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yan in front of him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 849. After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved, and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming. "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart became even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled, and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to such an extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiaoyan might not be a match for the two 5-star Dodi. Using his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit. I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. His body flashed, and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Dodi beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Dodi. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Dodi of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi's actions were merely for the sake of showing off before him. His purpose was merely for the sake of obtaining the medicinal pellets in his possession. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the seemingly easy-to-realize beautiful dreams of those who stood opposite him. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be avoiding the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who would have expected that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also be shocking? At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was flee. Flee this place. Flee from everything that had anything to do with Xiao Yan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiao Yan to take the opportunity to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiao Yan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, the appearance of Yuan Qing meant that Xiao Yan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing were not close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiao Yan more than once. Many times, Xiao Yan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Today, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiao Yan. Of course, Other than this, Yuanqing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan acted. Regardless of what the case was, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jinggu, Wang Jinyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Feng Cheng had expected. If Xiaoyan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Feng clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiaoyan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait! It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiaoyan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together and end the battle quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? Everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled when these words of Xiaoyan were spoken. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiaoyan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiaoyan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly shocked. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiaoyan's fist that was heading toward him. Just as Xiaoyan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 850. Bang! After the short collision, Xiaoyan and Wang Xiang each took a few steps back. Soon after, Xiaoyan's footsteps had just paused when Yuan Shi's figure quickly moved forward. His palm landed heavily on Xiaoyan's chest. Faced with this person's attack, Xiaoyan's expression was calm. His body seemed to turn slightly to one side without leaving a trace. Immediately, Yuan Shi's palm, which was filled with an imposing aura, came close to Xiaoyan's black robe and narrowly missed him. Yuan Shi's heart was slightly startled. Just as he was about to withdraw and fly back, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his fist. With a loud cry in his heart, he instantly used the Force Elephant skill. A punch that was filled with strength landed heavily on Yuan Shi's chest. Puff! Yuan Shi's face instantly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. At the same time, his body uncontrollably fell downwards. Just this attack alone was enough to cause the latter to lose all of his fighting strength for a short period of time. One could imagine just how terrifying Xiaoyan's attack was. After the short training in the desert, Xiaoyan's physical strength had once again increased. Currently, with just the strength of his physical body, an ordinary elite Dodi was nothing in Xiaoyan's eyes. Adding his Do Qi, Xiaoyan was an invincible existence among those of the same level. Swoosh! On the other side, Wang Xiang's shriveled hands were bent into claws. The moment Yuan Shi was struck down, the attack in his hands had already arrived behind Xiao Yan's back. Pure dough, qi rapidly agglomerated at the tip of his finger. They were like sharp needles that were extended and contracted. Wherever they passed, even space itself was cut into 5 dark black cracks. This was enough to show how frightening Wang Xiang's attack was. Eroding bone claw. As a low cry was emitted from Wang Xiang's mouth, the claw had already pressed on Xiao Yan's neck. Die! Seeing that Xiao Yan was unable to react in time, Wang Xiang rejoiced in his heart. As long as he finished off Xiao Yan in front of him, the Fang clan would be easily conquered. Qi. Nonetheless, when Wang Xiang's claw landed, what appeared under his claw was not fresh blood, but pieces of afterimages. Afterimage. Suddenly, Wang Xiang was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, an extremely cold and sinister feeling suddenly rose from behind him. In an instant, Wang Xiang's heart was in his throat. Such a strange speed. Was he really just a 5-star OD? Wang Xiang couldn't help but think in horror. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. Die! Just as the chilling feeling rose from behind him, Wang Xiang suddenly turned around and slashed out with his claw. The formless void instantly exploded. It was like a thin piece of paper being torn apart by Wang Xiang's claw. What? Nothing. However, in the next instant, the body of one of the Su brothers in the Wang clan group suddenly tensed up. His face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with blood. His pupils rapidly dilated as his life force rapidly dissipated. Big brother. The mouth of the other 1-star D by the side involuntarily emitted a sharp roar. They watched the person beside them fall, but they were unable to discover when Xiao Yan had attacked from the beginning until the end. Such agility could be called ghostly. All the members of the Wang clan present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, a deep fear uncontrollably surged out from their hearts. A portion of the Wang clan members were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Only then did Jingge and the others understand that the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier were not empty words. With his strength alone, he did indeed have the ability to deal with 6 elite D. From the looks of the strength that the latter had displayed, it was likely that even if the 6 of them were joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? One of the surviving Su brothers involuntarily let out a terrified roar. He even regretted participating in the matter of the Wang clan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Swoosh! Soon after, a black-robed Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Su Songming, who was fleeing out of Healan City at a certain spot in the empty space above him. The expression on Su Songming's old face immediately changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and hurriedly fled with a heart filled with fear. However, regardless of how long he turned around on the spot, Xiao Yan's figure continued to stand in front of him, causing him to be unable to escape. Take it as me begging you. Please let me off. What happened between us is merely a misunderstanding. At the very most, I will apologize to you. You won't go so far as to kill me, right? Su Songming's old face was as pale as paper. The fear in his heart caused his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he still let out an unwilling roar. However, in the face of Su Songming's unwilling roar, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. He raised his hand, and his palm faced the ladder. At the same time, behind Xiao Yan, an enormous illusionary figure also extended its hand and covered Su Songming's entire body. The invisible pressure caused a flush to appear on Su Songming's pale face. That powerful force seemed to have grasped his entire life in its palm. At this moment, Su Songming did not doubt that Xiao Yan could instantly kill him if he wanted to. Xiao Yan, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me, the Alchemist Alliance will definitely not let you off. You can't kill me. Noisy, under this powerful pressure, Su Songming's heart became even more fearful. Just as he let out a crazy roar, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the latter's body exploded in front of Xiao Yin and turned into a scarlet blood mist. At the same time, a solid spiritual body appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This was Su Songming's spiritual body. However, under Xiao Yan's powerful pressure, the latter's spiritual body had already fainted. Qi! With a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose from his palm. In an instant, it completely wiped out Su Songming's spiritual consciousness. As a result, the only thing that appeared in Xiao Yan's hand was a ball of spiritual source. After doing this, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back and looked at the remaining 5 people. In his eyes, a dense white flame gradually climbed up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 pitch-black tents appeared one after another. Xiao Yan's figure quickly moved between the tents. When he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Xiang. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Xiao Yan's gaze met his. At the same time, the palm covered in dense white flames landed on Wang Xiang's neck. Then, Wang Xiang's old eyes gradually widened. Chapter 851. When the life force in Wang Xiang's eyes completely disappeared, the bone-chilling flame that covered Xiao Yan's hand also spread out and swiftly covered the latter's entire body. After which, a bang sounded and Wang Xiang's physical body was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The thing that was currently being held in Xiao Yan's hand was the latter's essence. After storing it into his storage ring, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at the other few people. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze shoot over, the hearts of Jinggu and the others immediately tightened. A deep fear swiftly rose uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The terror of the person in front of them was something that they had never seen before. With the cultivation of a 5-star Do-Di, he was actually able to easily kill an expert of the same level. Who in the entire continent could do such a thing? Only at this moment did they understand why Su Songming had revealed such a terrified expression when he saw Xiao Yin earlier. This was because he clearly knew that none of the elite Do-Di present was a match for him. Even if they were to gather together, they would not be able to cause any harm to Xiao Yin. He was really too frightening. What should we do now? Jin Ji's heart was filled with fear as he thought about it. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing else that they could do other than flee. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the city below and on Yuan Shi, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Yuan Shi intended to secretly flee from the city after witnessing how frightening Xiao Yin was. With the help of the surrounding crowd, he might have a chance to leave this place. However, Xiao Yin did not intend to let him leave. Swoosh! After using the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yin had already appeared in front of Yuan Shi, who was frantically fleeing at this moment. Xiao Yin, who had suddenly appeared, immediately blocked Yuan Shi's path. A pair of dark black eyes contained an icy coldness. His indifferent face did not contain any emotion. Yuan Shi was greatly alarmed. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. Sir, we don't seem to have crossed paths before. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends? While he was panicking, Yuan Shi hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said with a fawning smile. However, no one knew exactly how terrified he was in his heart at this moment. Make friends? Not interested. Xiao Yan's calm words were enough to express his current feelings. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Yuan Shi's throat, as though he wanted to grasp the other party in his palm. At the same time, Yuan Shi also felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the space around him. It was the Force Elephant skill that gave him this pressure. Damn it, do you really want to kill me? Yuan Shi howled in terror. However, Xiao Yin paid him no heed. He clenched his fist tightly, and a formless hand appeared in the next instant, controlling Yuan Shi's body. Bastard, if you want to kill me, you'll also be buried with me. Since he was going to die either way, Yuan Shi decided to give up on the thought in his heart. With a thought, the Do-Chi in the vortex in his body began to move wildly and swiftly poured into every corner of Yuan Shi's body. This caused the latter's body, which was under Xiao Yan's control, to begin to emit a bang sound. From the looks of it, this fellow was intending to self-destruct. Oh, self-destruct, huh? With regard to this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he muttered. Immediately, his tightly clenched fist suddenly exerted force. Before the dou qi in Yuan Shi's body could completely spread, Xiao Yan had already used the Force Elephant skill to forcefully crush the ladder with a bang. Similar to before, Xiao Yan naturally did not let go of the ladder's spiritual origin. Although he had killed another person who was completely unrelated to him, Xiao Yan did not feel any burden in his heart. This was the Western Wastelands region. Killings were being played out at all times. In this place, there was no need to pity anyone. As long as one was certain that one wanted to kill the other party, there was no need for a reason. This place was a land of killing. Being merciful would only harm Xiao Yan himself. This point was something that Xiao Yan had already understood. Which one of these people that he had killed did not have a blood debt on their backs? In this Western Wastelands region, which one of them was not known as a ruthless person who did not leave any leeway when they did things? Today, Xiao Yan was merely giving them a taste of their own medicine. When Xiao Yan turned his head around and looked at Jingu and Wang Jinyu once again, these two had already fled in different directions. Why would they care about the clan? They were not living for themselves. Unfortunately, flee? Is there any use? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind, and another 4 tents were instantly formed. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared behind Wang Jinyu and Jingu. Only at this moment did the two of them react. Their gazes hurriedly swept over the two Xiao Yan's bodies. Their hearts were extremely terrified. Just which one of them was the real one? Just as the hearts of the two of them were extremely terrified, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other one, Star Do Di. In an instant, he used the bone-chilling flame to easily kill the latter. An afterimage. Seeing Xiao Yan appear in front of the one Star Do Di, the hearts of the two of them immediately calmed down. The person in front of them was definitely an afterimage. Immediately, they recklessly charged into the distance. However, just as the two of them were about to flee, a merciless palm ruthlessly penetrated their chests. A terrifying, destructive strength instantly incinerated the bodies of the two of them. Even when the life in their eyes disappeared, they still did not know how these two so-called afterimages could possibly possess the strength to attack. After withdrawing the two avatars back into his body, Xiao Yan collected their spiritual sources with one hand. Of course, at the same time, he also collected their storage rings. At this moment, the 6 elite Do Di present had all been killed by Xiao Yan in less than 15 minutes. Even at this moment, some of the people from both clans had yet to recover from their shock. This kind of one-sided battle was really hard to imagine. Everything in front of them was like an illusion. It appeared so unreal. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xiao Yan's figure flashed and arrived beside Yuan Qing. He gently patted Yuan Qing's shoulder and smiled. Then I will leave the rest to you. Xiao Yan seemed to smile casually. His body moved and landed in the Fong clan's mansion below. Gulp! Everyone in the sky and on the ground could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the sounds of fighting that were filled with wild joy and fear faintly resounded in the sky above Helan City. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but want to take a look at the many spoils of war that he had obtained. This was especially so for those spiritual sources. If ancestor Xiao Xian devoured them, he wondered if he would be able to awaken them. Carrying the anticipation in his heart, Xiao Yan charged into the Fong clan's mansion below. Chapter 852. The Fong clan mansion. Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. 7 clusters of cream-white light of different sizes were suspended in the empty space in front of him. These 7 clusters of light were the 6 elite Do Dis and Su Songming's spiritual essence. Xiao Yan unceremoniously accepted all of their spiritual essences. Only Su Songming's spiritual strength was the largest among the 7 clusters of spiritual essences. As a rank 3 alchemist, even an elite Do Di had difficulty comparing with him in terms of spiritual strength. Of course, The spiritual strength contained within the other 6 clusters of cream-white light was naturally not inferior. If ancestor Xiao Xian swallows these spiritual essences, he should be able to awaken. Xiao Yin was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 7 clusters of light in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Along the way, Xiao Yin had refined quite a number of Bandi's spiritual essences and had allowed Xiao Xian to swallow all of them. However, the final result was very little. Xiao Xian's condition was already extremely bad. Hence, the requirement for the spiritual essences that he absorbed was even higher. In the eyes of an ordinary person, what was considered an extremely pure spiritual essence was something that Xiao Yin needed to refine until the final spiritual essence that he obtained could be easily absorbed by others. The gentleness and purity of the spiritual essence was something that even a newborn baby could easily endure. It was also because of this that Xiao Yin could only obtain a small portion of each cluster of spiritual essences that Xiao Xian had obtained. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Xian's soul fragment had turned from the size of a thumb to a palm-sized cream-white cluster of light. Moreover, due to the extreme agglomeration of the spiritual essence, Xiao Xian's spiritual essence was unusually thick. The only unfortunate thing was that, even so, there was still a long way to go before Xiao Xian could truly awaken. Now that he had the spiritual essences of these 7 elite Dodis, Xiao Yin had a greater confidence in his heart. Perhaps Xiao Xian would be able to awaken after swallowing these spiritual essences. The moment he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an excited smile. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Xiao Yan glanced at the 7 light clusters in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind, and a puff sound was heard. A dense white flame immediately rose in the empty space in front of him. Following the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the flame swiftly wrapped around the 7 light clusters. Borrowing the high temperature of the flame, Xiao Yan began to refine these 7 clusters of spiritual essence. Following the death of the elite Dodi from the Wang clan in the outside world, everyone from the Fang clan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The experts from the Wang clan were powerless to resist the attacks of the people from the Fang clan. Within a short moment, the dozens of Bandi experts from the Wang clan had all been killed. The Wang clan's mansion had also been emptied in an instant. Other than a small portion, most of the experts from the Wang clan had been captured and killed by the Fang clan. In short, from today onwards, there would no longer be a Wang clan in this Healing City. The Fang clan would become the only clan in this Healing City. All of these changes were because of Xiao Yin, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the Fang clan's mansion. After today's matter, Xiao Yan's name would ring out for the first time in this Western Wasteland region. In just one morning, the Fang clan had already occupied the original mansion of the Wang clan, including the countless treasures that the Wang clan had accumulated over the years. Within an underground secret room of the Wang clan, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing were basically stunned as they watched everything in front of them. Everything that entered their eyes was bright and dazzling. Countless spirit coins were piled up like a mountain. There were even several hundred low-grade spirit stones. The various Qi methods and Do techniques were innumerable and were all arranged separately. Under the rough investigation of the 2 of them, there were nearly 100 scrolls of Qi methods and Do techniques among the Qi methods and Do techniques here. There were even over 30 Ling-class Qi methods and Do techniques. Adding the countless number of medicinal ingredients and other materials, the wealth that was currently placed in front of the 2 of them was something that even the entire foundation of the Fang clan could not compare with. TSK. During these years, the Wang clan has secretly done quite a number of shady things that harm others. The strength of the clan has also soared. Unfortunately, it is ultimately all for naught. The way the Wang clan does things is extreme. They are greedy and cunning. Such an outcome can be considered retribution. This is not retribution. Instead, it is their own doing. They cannot live. Fang Cheng's tone was cold as he scolded. Both of his eyes emitted a glow as they once again swept over this secret room. There was naturally no need to say more about the palpitation in his heart. However, in the end, he did not touch a single thing within this secret room. "Let's go. Don't touch the things here first. We should wait for Sir Xiao Yin to take a look before we speak." Fong Cheng's heart was extremely clear that the reason the Fong clan was able to eliminate the Wang clan in one fell swoop in today's battle was not because of the strength of his Fong clan. Instead, it was because they had taken advantage of Xiao Yin. If the latter did not act, the current Wang clan would have ended up with their original ending. It was because of this that Fong Cheng stopped the group of elders from the Fong clan who had continuously entered the secret room. At the same time, even the way he addressed Xiao Yin had unknowingly changed once again. The strength that Xiao Yin had displayed today was sufficient to cause him to raise his eyebrows. There was no need to mention those elders of the Fong clan whose strength was not even a Dodi. None of the elders behind Fong Cheng dared to object to his words. After which, this group of people obediently withdrew from the secret room. On the other side, Xiao Yin was also crazily refining the 7 clusters of spiritual origins in front of him. An enormous spiritual strength continued to surge out from between his eyebrows. Doqi surged wildly, and the heavenly flame rose. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the impurities within the 7 clusters of spiritual origins were gradually refined. Even a portion of the spiritual strength that was not pure enough was stripped away by Xiao Yin without any hesitation under this kind of refinement. It was also because of this that the refining process of these 7 clusters of spiritual origins became extremely slow. According to a normal situation, the refining of this cluster of spiritual origins would at most take 4 to 6 hours. However, it was likely that even Xiao Yin himself did not expect that just refining these 7 clusters of spiritual origins would actually take half a month's time. During this half a month, the members of the Fong clan could only wait patiently. At the beginning, they had originally thought that something had happened to Xiao Yin. However, after they sensed the nearly frightening spiritual pressure that spread out from Xiao Yan's room, the doubt in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. The secret room of the Wang clan had also been sealed for a long time following Xiao Yan's retreat. It seemed that as long as Xiao Yin did not leave, the secret room would definitely not be opened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At a certain moment, half a month later, the 7 clusters of spiritual origins that were suspended in front of Xiao Yin in his room suddenly trembled. Immediately, under Xiao Yan's control, they did not cause the slightest ripple and perfectly merged together. The appearance of this scene also proved that at this moment, these 7 clusters of spiritual origins had finally been completely refined by Xiao Yin. Chapter 853. In the room, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for half a month, finally slowly opened at this moment. Although he had not rested for half a month, Xiao Yin did not feel the slightest bit tired after being bathed in this enormous spiritual power. Instead, his condition was always at its peak, and even his spiritual power had increased a little. With a thought, Xiao Yin withdrew the spiritual pressure that had spread out. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze and looked at the milky white ball of light that was only the size of a soccer ball in front of him. This ball of light was the result of the final refinement and condensation of the 7 balls of soul origins. Although it seemed that most of the spiritual power of the 7 balls of soul origins had been consumed in vain, what was obtained in the end could be considered the essence of the essence. Once Xiao Xian's soul remnant devoured these soul origins, it might be the moment that Xiao Xian awakened. However, this process could not be rushed. With his previous experience, Xiao Yin clearly knew that it would take at least another month for Xiao Xian to completely devour this ball of soul origins. Although Xiao Yin could not control the excitement in his heart, this was something that could not be changed. Unless Xiao Yin did not mind if something unexpected happened to Xiao Xian's soul remnant. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed in Xiao Yan's palm, and a palm-sized milky white ball of energy appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. With the growth of this cluster of spiritual essence, Xiao Yin was finally able to vaguely sense a trace of an unusual aura hidden deep within it. That aura belonged to Xiao Xian. Although that aura was still very weak, Xiao Yin believed that one day, Xiao Xian would completely awaken. Ancestor, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Carefully holding the soul remnant in his hands, Xiao Yan slowly brought it into contact with the extremely pure ball of soul origin in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, a gentle light was emitted from the two balls of soul origin. Very quickly, the two merged together like a large ball covering a small ball. After doing all this and confirming that there were no mistakes, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. His body moved, got off the bed, and walked out of the door. At this moment, the two people outside his door seemed to be somewhat impatient. When Xiao Yan opened the door, two people were standing in front of it. It was Feng Cheng and Yuan Qing. Lord Xiao Yan has finally come out. If you didn't come out, we would have thought that something had happened to you. Seeing Xiao Yan, Feng Cheng's tightly knitted brows instantly disappeared. He hurriedly changed into a respectful smile. Yuan Qing also helplessly smiled and did not say much. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan, there was some astonishment in his gaze. I'm very well. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Feng. However, is there something that you've been waiting for me here? With a faint smile, Xiao Yan turned to look at Feng Cheng with a questioning tone. A few days ago, the soul strength that he had released had already discovered that these two people were frequently standing in front of his door. They seemed to be waiting for him. This made Xiao Yan feel rather puzzled. It's not a big matter. It's just that half a month ago, we've already exterminated the Wang clan and found the treasury of the Wang clan. We don't dare to act rashly and hope that Lord Xiao Yan can head over to take a look. Of course, the things inside will naturally be decided by Lord Xiao Yan. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately understood in his heart. So this fellow had such an idea. They were afraid of angering him, so they did not dare to act rashly with the things in the treasury of the Wang clan. However, from his final words, if Xiao Yan did not leave something for their Feng clan, it would be Xiao Yan's fault. All right, I'll go take a look. If there's anything that I can use, I'll take a few. Xiao Yan smiled. Soon after, under Feng Cheng's lead, he arrived at the treasury of the Wang clan. Upon arriving, Xiao Yan saw the dazzling array of precious treasures at first glance. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. The Wang clan was, after all, a large clan. Their foundation was truly not bad. Compared to trash like the Lin clan of Xian City, they were more than a few times stronger. However, they were naturally inferior to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly searched around this treasure trove. This was especially the case when he noticed those medicinal ingredients that were perfectly preserved. Even with his mental strength, his eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery hot expression. Just based on the medicinal ingredients within the treasury, it was sufficient for Xiao Yan to refine close to 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Furthermore, under Xiao Yan's careful inspection, there were even a few high-grade medicinal ingredients that were used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Xiao Yan was not the slightest bit courteous towards these medicinal ingredients. In front of the two of them, he kept all of them into his storage ring. When the two of them saw this, they could not help but raise their eyebrows. After exchanging glances, they looked towards Xiao Yan in astonishment. Sir Xiao Yan, could it be that you're also an alchemist? Hearing Feng Cheng's words, Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He looked towards the latter and smiled. He nodded his head in a non-committal manner, after which he once again turned his head and took away a small portion of all the items that he felt were pleasing to his eyes. The remaining items were naturally left to the Feng clan. Among those items, what Xiao Yan took away were the few medicinal ingredients used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills, as well as a few high-level spirit chi methods and dose skills. Although these items were undoubtedly the most precious among all the items present, the wealth that Xiao Yan left for the Feng clan was much more precious when added together. As for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Xiao Yan was purely not interested in them. Xiao Yan still had quite a number of spirit stones on him. His foundation was more than a few times more than what was in front of him. As for medicinal pills, without mentioning that Xiao Yan himself was a Tier 3 alchemist, even the stock in his storage ring was not something that these medicinal pills in front of him could compare with. Within a short couple of minutes, Xiao Yan had already put away the things and left the treasure house under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him. He only took this little, seeing Xiao Yan's lightning-quick manner. Feng Cheng could not help but feel shocked in his heart. It should be known that everything in this treasure house was personally arranged by that old fellow Wang Xiang. The things that could be kept by him were definitely all priceless treasures. They could even be called priceless treasures. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, could it be that there were only these few things that were valuable? Or could it be that the latter had the intention of leaving these things to their Feng clan? After thinking for a moment in his heart, Feng Cheng chose the latter. After all, there were so many treasures in this treasure house. Even if he was a 5-star Dodi, it was impossible for him not to be moved. The reason why Xiao Yan did not take them was likely because he had deliberately left them for his Feng clan. Once he thought of this point in his heart, Feng Cheng's favorable impression and respect toward Xiao Yan in his heart suddenly rose at this moment. However, how would he know that the treasures within this treasure house, which were all clan-guarding treasures in his eyes, were merely mediocre in Xiao Yan's eyes? After collecting those few things that could be considered acceptable, Xiao Yan quickly returned to the Feng clan. Within the room, Xiao Yan flipped his hand, and 8 storage rings appeared in his palm. These 8 storage rings were the spoils of war that he had plundered from Wang Xiang and the others. Among them, other than Su Songming, who held 2 rings, the rest each had 1 ring. After seeing the treasures within the treasure house, it was now time to see just how valuable the things that these 7 fellows carried with them were. Chapter 854. Xiao Yan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. There were 8 storage rings of different shapes in his palm. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was inspecting these 8 storage rings one by one. First was the storage rings of the Su brothers. The 2 of them were merely 1-star Dodi. Naturally, there were very few items within their storage rings that could catch Xiao Yan's eye. Other than a small amount of spirit stones, there were only a couple of Tier 3 medicinal pills that were worth looking at. Xiao Yan randomly made a comparison and guessed that those few medicinal pills were likely the reward for helping the Wang clan this time around. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not have the time to do anything before they had lost their lives in vain. After randomly skipping over them, Xiao Yan once again looked at Jin Ji's storage ring. The latter was a 4-star Dodi. In comparison, the value of the items within his storage ring was naturally much higher. Tier 3 medicinal pills and manned class chi methods and do techniques were also worth looking at. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be most interested was that there were actually 3 spirit class chi methods within this fellow's storage ring. The one with the highest grade had actually reached the spirit class middle level. Such a chi method was able to appear in the hands of a 4-star Dodi, who is not considered a large faction. After all, not everyone had the support of an ancient and large faction like the 4 great clans under the Sky Sword sect. The channels to obtain chi methods and do techniques were even rarer. Indeed, this Jingu was not an ordinary person to be able to make a name for himself at the border of the Western Wasteland region. Unfortunately, he had met Xiao Yan, after which the 4th storage ring belonged to Wang Xiang. Being the previous clan head of the Wang clan and the true person in charge of the Wang clan, the various treasures within his storage ring would cause one to be stunned. Even Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily emitted a golden glow when he saw them. There was no need to mention the number of pills he had. In addition to a large number of Tier 3 pills, there were also 2 Tier 4 pills in his storage ring. These were pills that could bring a person back to life at a critical moment. Even Xiao Yan did not have a single Tier 4 pill in his possession. Who would have thought that Wang Xiang would have Tier 4 pills in his possession? Other than this, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel even more unrestrained joy in his heart was that other than the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills, there were actually 3 scrolls of Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas stored within the storage ring. This caused Xiao Yin to feel as though he had obtained a treasure. If the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills were able to cause Xiao Yin to laugh wildly in excitement, then these 3 Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas were sufficient to cause him to go crazy. Compared to medicinal pills, pill formulas were the true lifeblood of alchemists. Although medicinal pills were precious, there would come a day when they would be used up. However, pill formulas were different. As long as one had a pill formula, it meant that there was a chance to refine even more medicinal pills. This meant that there would be an endless supply of medicinal pills. Most people would know how to weigh the pros and cons of this, at least under the premise that they were not in a desperate situation. If an alchemist had to choose between a Tier 4 pill formula and a Tier 4 pill formula, they would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In addition to medicinal pills and pill formulas, the storage of spirit stones in this storage ring was also quite astonishing. Even Xiao Yin himself could not help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, this old man. Don't tell me that he carried the entire family's wealth on himself. Just based on these things, I'm afraid that even if there were 2 or 3 more treasures in his Wang family's treasury, they would still not be able to compare. Compared to the Wang family's treasury, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring was more than a few times more. It was even more than the amount of spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring. As for Qi methods and Do skills, other than the 2 spirit middle-level Qi methods, there was nothing else that caught Xiao Yan's eye. As for the rest, they were all some rare medicinal ingredients or metal materials. Xiao Yan also put them all into his storage ring. Subsequently, Xiao Yan picked up Wang Jinyu's storage ring, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Wang Jinyu was the current head of the Wang family, the true sovereignty of the Wang family was still in the hands of Wang Xiang. In the end, Wang Jinyu was just an empty shell. However, it was because of this that when Xiao Yin opened his storage ring, the scene inside caused Xiao Yin to be stunned. In comparison, although the pills and Qi methods and Do skills in this storage ring could not compare to the former, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring had reached an extremely shocking amount. A countless number of spirit stones were piled into a mountain and piled in front of Xiao Yin without any control. They were just like numerous small mountains. The gentle white light reflected on each other, causing the entire space to become extremely dazzling. The number of spirit stones in this storage ring was something that even if Xiao Yin and the few people in front of him were added together, they would not be able to compare with. Gulp! As his throat moved, Xiao Yin could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was only a moment later that he gradually regained his senses. The gentle white light shone on Xiao Yan's handsome face. A pair of pitch-black eyes reflected a milky white fiery glow. His tongue fiercely licked his lips. The excitement in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. Such a large amount of spirit stones was a huge fortune to Xiao Yin. With these spirit stones, the problem of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations would be completely solved in the future. Overall, the appearance of these spirit stones would be a great help to Xiao Yan's combat strength. Finally, it was naturally Su Songming's storage ring's turn. Among these 8 storage rings, the one that interested Xiao Yin the most was naturally Su Songming's storage ring. The latter was a rank 3 alchemist and was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. He would definitely have many pill formulas in his hands. If he could obtain some high-tier pill formulas from the streets, it would undoubtedly be the biggest surprise for Xiao Yin. Sure enough, in Su Songming's storage ring, there were more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills. Although this seemed small, even Xiao Yin himself only had 9 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in his storage ring. Including the pill formulas in the previous few, there were only 26 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in Xiao Yan's storage ring. Looking at the leopard through a tube, one could see the whole picture. Therefore, the existence of more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills was a huge surprise for Xiao Yin. Apart from these, there were also a dozen or so Tier 3 medicinal pills. From this point, Su Songming, this Tier 3 alchemist, was also quite shabby. A dignified Tier 3 alchemist actually only had a dozen or so Tier 3 medicinal pills in his possession. This could also be considered a loss of face. However, Xiao Yin felt relieved when he thought about it. Other than a portion of the pills in his possession being refined by himself, half of the pills in his possession came from other places. However, the pills in Su Songming's possession were different. No matter how many he needed, he could only refine them himself. After all, his strength did not support his ability to obtain pills from other places. In addition to more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills, Xiao Yin also obtained 3 more rank 4 pill formulas, 3 spirit rank middle-level cultivation methods, and a large amount of precious medicinal ingredients. At this point, the 7 storage rings were completely swept clean by Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin's wallet also swelled in an instant. Xiao Yin did not doubt that with the wealth he currently possessed, even the 4 great sects might not be able to compare with him. Finally, it was the turn of the 8th storage ring. Compared to the previous 7 storage rings, this storage ring was somewhat different. On the snow-white storage ring, some mysterious talismans were crookedly engraved. There was even a faint golden glow faintly emitting from it. After careful inspection, Xiao Yin was even more surprised to discover that on the surface of this ring, there was actually a layer of golden light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, protecting this ring. From those mysterious talismans, Xiao Yin was able to recognize that they were talismans that were unique to formations. However, what made him suspicious was why the talismans used by formations would appear on a ring. As he thought of this, Xiao Yin immediately could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows as his eyes slowly narrowed. This ring did not seem to be an ordinary storage ring. Chapter 855. With doubts in his heart, Xiao Yin intended to pour his spiritual strength into the ring. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength neared the ring, it suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Those mysterious symbols suddenly sparkled, and the circle of invisible golden light that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring also suddenly emitted a powerful aura. It actually repelled Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Moreover, what was different from an ordinary storage ring was that the rebounding force of this ring actually possessed a portion of destructive power. If Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was not strong enough, it was likely that he would have been injured. Sensing this point, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. A surprised expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that this ring actually possessed such a domineering ability. It was indeed worthy of being the work of a formation master. This kind of ability was something that an alchemist did not possess. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yin lifted his eyes and once again landed on the milky white ring in front of him. From the rebounding force of this ring, it was not difficult to tell that there should be some kind of extremely valuable item within this ring. In order to open this ring, a special method was required. Unfortunately, following Su Songming's death, the method used to open this ring naturally did not exist. Now, if Xiao Yin wanted to open this ring, the best method was to forcefully break the formation that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Although the defense of this formation was not bad, with the powerful spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yin was still unable to block Xiao Yan. On this point, Xiao Yan had absolute confidence. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, with just this formation alone, he would only need 2 or 3 spiritual collisions to forcefully break it open. At that time, everything within this ring would naturally appear in front of Xiao Yan. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately after, Xiao Yan spread out his palm and placed the milky white ring in the empty space in front of him. With a thought, the soul pearl between his eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a huge amount of spiritual strength rapidly gushed out from his mind like a storm. The invisible energy wrapped around the ring in front of him. Under the powerful spiritual strength undulations, the invisible space immediately surged. The huge amount of spiritual strength crazily condensed under Xiao Yan's control. The originally invisible spiritual strength also gradually solidified under this crazy condensation. In the end, it turned into 3 substantial drills that followed Xiao Yan's thoughts and fiercely struck the ring from 3 different directions. Buzz! Immediately, a buzzing sound that caused one's soul to feel a piercing pain spread out. In an instant, the entire room that Xiao Yin was in shook. If not for Xiao Yin stopping it, it was likely that the buzzing sound alone would have caused quite a number of people in the Fong clan to suffer injuries that would be difficult to recover from. However, under this huge commotion, the originally sparkling golden light on the surface of the milky white ring suddenly dimmed by quite a bit. Just as Xiao Yin had expected, this ring was still unable to easily withstand the spiritual strength attack of a rank 3 alchemist. The smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he saw this scene. At the same time, the expression on his face became even sharper. A thought passed through his heart, and the 3 spiritual drills once again heavily smashed into the ring. Buzz! The collision once again caused the ring to suddenly tremble. The formation that was agglomerated on the exterior of the ring also swiftly dimmed. Before the buzzing sound disappeared, Xiao Yin once again controlled the 3 drill bits and heavily smashed them onto the surface of the ring, which was trembling intensely. Bang! The dim array instantly exploded, and the distorted golden talismans on the ring also dimmed. After doing this, Xiao Yin once again smiled. Without any hesitation, a portion of his spiritual strength also poured into the milky white ring in front of him as the 3 spiritual drills scattered. As the scene in front of Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly changed, Xiao Yan's mind also entered the space within the ring. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. Under this golden light, Xiao Yan's eyes subconsciously narrowed. A few breaths later, he finally slowly lifted his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. The entire space was much narrower than Xiao Yan had expected. At the very most, it was similar to the storage space of a middle-grade storage ring. A storage ring of this size was basically useless to the current Xiao Yan. However, since this ring was carried around by Su Songming, Xiao Yan believed that it was not as useless as it looked. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yan's eyes scanned the interior of this space, the space in front of Xiao Yan began to distort without any warning. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal any panic. He calmly waited for the change in the space in front of him. After a short few breaths, the distorted space in front of Xiao Yan finally gradually stabilized. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was not an actual object. Instead, it was a palm-sized illusory image. The illusory image was extremely solid. Other than the fact that it did not emit any aura, it looked just like an actual object. If it was not for the fact that one could not detect its aura, it was likely that one would have mistaken it for an actual object. Looking at the image in front of him, Xiao Yan's face was filled with suspicion as he frowned. His eyes stared intently at the object in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and astonishment. He really did not expect that there would actually be such an object on this continent. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a flower with 6 petals. The entire flower was wrapped in a pure snow-white color. The whiteness was so pure that one could not bear to touch it. It was as though one was afraid of tarnishing it. Only at the core of the flower were there thumb-sized purple dots that decorated the entire flower. It was like adding flowers to brocade, causing it to appear even more pure and pleasant. The 6 petals were like trumpets that opened outwards. It seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world, yet it also seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world. It looked rather majestic. Just from the appearance of this flower was definitely an extraordinary object. Of course, with Xiao Yan's experience, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, Xiao Yan had some understanding of this flower from countless ancient books. However, the only thing that Xiao Yan did not dare to confirm at this moment was why this flower had 6 petals. Fusong flower, Xiao Yan solemnly stared at the flower in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together. It was only after a long time that he spoke with a somewhat uncertain tone. Calm. Wonderful book house.